Alright, I'm back. Wrath of the Lich King. Alright, I can't log in.
Yeah, might take a while. Probably servers probably getting slammed
Yeah,
harder than that top lane
I bet.
swing.
Yeah, right. Oh no, that was like really bad. He was like the worst. That was so bad. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me? You can
Mm-hmm.
hear me, right?
I can, yeah.
All right.
Oh man. Yeah, I bet everyone's online, and probably on our server. Grobulus is like the one of 3 most populated servers.
Is that wild that we just picked Grobulus out the gate?
Yeah, it's fucking great.
We picked like the right
it's
server.
it's easily like the yeah, it's kind of the best. I love that it's RP too. I like RP. It's like the RP server. Let's see what's going on the World Wide Web about World of Warcraft.
The world of wide web craft.
Does WoW have a Twitter? I wonder.
Of course they do. You
Yeah,
can
they
hop on
do.
the Grobulus Discord here.
Oh, really? Is it? Yeah, where's the Grubbiest Discord? I'm on here somewhere. There it is. Well, hey, I'm in. I'm in.
Yeah, some people are getting in.
I just got no. I'm in now.
Nice.
Oh yeah, let's go into the World of Warcraft, Charlie. I'm a warrior. Pumped. I'm pumped. Wrath is the best, Charlie. This expansion is so good. Burning Crusade's great too. And I love Discord. I feel like I'm actually utilizing it now.
Yeah, man.
Because like
I'm
I
telling you,
didn't
man. I'm
realize
telling
I
you, it's
didn't
like
I
way
didn't
better than most of the
yeah.
other. Because like, think about it. So, Grant, just wait till you start like. Do you have it installed on your computer? Of course you do. I mean, like, you can like selectively mute channels. You can do all this other stuff.
I've been doing that like recently.
See, I'm telling you, it's
Here's
so much
the,
better if
the
you've got.
thing that I had to do to get into it was turn on notifications, which I thought they were already on my phone.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, achievements. Achievements. I'm in. Fucking in.
I'm not. Apparently, all the plugins fuck up when you when you get in.
I bet. Oh, you can turn off your plugins. Actually, I suggested it because this is the first time they actually
Yeah. I will. I'm still not in though.
Turn off. Sweet. Oh, I have no active quests. I have to go get all of my quests again.
What?
Yeah. They probably did that because this is the first time they actually added a quest, like a questy, but for WoW, and it's way better than questy, or it's as good.
Gotcha. Yeah, babe.
Oh yes. Ooh, I'm lagging really hard, Charlie.
Yeah, it's the server.
Oh my god, yes. Man, Wrath is so good. It's a big improvement, Charlie. It's a big improvement. Yeah, it is fucked up right now, Charlie. I don't know if it'll be planned.
I'm still not logged in.
We may have to play League for a little while. It's messed up. I can't do anything. I can't mount. I saw a pet that was like as big as a building. Makes no sense.
Will, don't log in. It's all fucked up. I can't log
It's
in.
all
Grant says
so
shit's,
fucked up.
Grant says
What do you
I'm
mean it's all fucked
I'm
up?
inside the game, and there's just like there are no NPCs. There are people running around, but their pets, all the hunters' pets, are giants.
Ah,
Every time I try to mount, it tries to mount me an entire 60 seconds later.
Okay. Logging in.
like I'm trying to restart and set up.
My talents have been reset.
Yes, they have. That's the one thing I'm gonna do right now because it's the only thing I may be able to do. I'm gonna look up a warrior leveling talent build.
Mine keeps on loading like Burning Crusade.
Yeah. Is it really? That's bizarre.
Yeah, it's like
That's really weird. Really excited, guys. It's a good one. Well, I wonder if I have Victory Rush.
yeah. They made Victory Rush a it's like a level 10 ability now.
Yeah, it's like 14 or something.
What is?
Victory Rush. Yeah, I'm really excited about it. I mean, you know, 62 is when you get it,
Yeah.
so I'm not too far off. It's all fucked up right now, guys.
All fucked
I think-
up right now. Gotcha.
Play League if we wanted to, but like I can't do anything.
Oh, I'm good. I'm in winter spring and shit's fine.
Really?
Yeah.
What are you doing, Grant?
I'm in Shadowwrath, just trying to portal back to Ogremar, to be honest.
The elevator isn't moving because it's so lagged out. Someone said.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you think it's alright, but it's not.
In Shadowwrath, it's so lagged out.
Yeah, I can't do anything.
I'm gonna restart my computer.
I'm in the Death
back.
Knight area with everybody.
You're probably getting tickled as well. Man, I'm pumped for PvP.
It's fine for me.
I gained experience somehow. Like, they gave me a bunch of experience. Like, I was like half. Like, I was partially leveled through like 60.
Yeah.
And I'm literally almost 61 now. It makes no sense. Also,
There's a
I'm
calendar.
running 50%, 60% faster instead of yeah. There's a calendar now
Oh my god.
with events, Charlie. It's the best expansion. I'm telling you, literally the best expansion. For a while there, I was instead of being mounted, I was just running 60% faster. It was kind of cool. Are you able to kill stuff, Charlie?
I'm still kind of trying to get my bearings. I'm certain I can. But I don't have my
It's got
talents
juice.
also.
I'm doing the quest where you have to duel the Death Knights.
You're able to quest, Shelburne?
What?
Are you able to quest?
Yeah, I'm in the Death Knight zone doing the starting
Oh.
shit.
Damn.
Wrecking some duels.
Okay, I can't.
Oh man, all my shit. I really want my mods back.
Yeah, I can't even do my talents right now.
You can't even click your talents. Get out of that zone and go
Yeah,
somewhere
I'm
else.
trying to. I'm running out because I can't get the flight path.
Oh, you can't even get the flight path.
Nah, nothing. I can't see anything. I see like people.
Glyphs? What are glyphs?
Oh man, glyphs! A whole new profession, Charlie. Oh man, this is so exciting. I forgot about glyphs, guys. So
Yeah.
it's basically it gives you like weird extra abilities to add to your abilities. It's really cool. It's called inscription. I kind of want to do it. Right now we have 1, 2, 3. We have 2 major and 2 minor open. So we'll be able to get some dope ass glyphs for PvP. Oh my god, guys, I'm so excited.
Tell me how you really feel.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I got booted. Some more weed.
I have to find Salinar. Into the realm of the shadows.
Hey, Shelburne, I'm about to grow a bunch of weed and then turn a lot of it into hash. You down for the hash?
Yeah.
Yum.
What is expertise? Is that a new metric in the?
Now
No,
there's
it's
like
not.
haste, expertise, mastery,
Expertise
crit.
was already there, wasn't it?
No, it's new.
Expertise affects how often you parry, how often you hit the person, and how often you. I think that's it. Parry and hit the person, like hit rate.
It's weapon skill and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, weapon mastery and stuff. Haste is like as you know, it's like
Well,
the same
mastery
thing.
is different for every class. Like certain specs want
Yeah,
mastery.
yeah, mastery is different. Mastery's pretty cool. Even for different specs eventually, I think too.
Well, like
Like
no, you have stat priority that's different for specs, and some want more mastery, some want more haste, some want more
you're
crit.
right. I think mastery for warriors is can't remember if it's attack power or uh, I don't know, maybe multiple things.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do here.
I'm gonna go hug Olivia and tell her how excited I am about this game.
Okay. I'm going like full tank spec.
Do it, Charlie. Do it, Shelburne. You go full rest though. You're gonna full tank.
Oh, you can set role in your talents?
Yeah, and now they did take out Group Finder, which used to dump you into a dungeon.
Achievements? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There's a player versus player tab. There's a feral charge in cat form? They really like reworked a lot of the abilities and shit.
They did. This is like a really big update, honestly. Be right back.
Okay. Whoa! My cat looks different. Holy shit!
You're what?
I'm blue.
Yeah. Yeah, it changed now. So now, it's really cool is whatever, like, how you make your person look affects your cat form now. And you can completely change your sex or gender or whatever.
Based upon how I'm feeling.
And your appearance. No, in a barbershop in the main city.
Hmm.
Yeah, so it's kind of fun to play with that.
I can see how that would like fucking blow your mind if if
Yeah.
it's like 2005 or 6 or something.
Mm-hmm. It was amazing. It was 2008 or 9. Just 9. Oh, I'm in again. Let's go. I got booted. Really fucking pumped.
So they changed a lot of what is feral for the
Yeah, you should look up a leveling build maybe. Unless you want to go full tank, you know what I mean?
I've already done it, so too late.
It's a little easier to level in Wrath of the Lich King.
It was not terribly. It was not really that hard before, so.
Oh wow, I didn't move anywhere. The whole time I was logged in last time. Well, I can't get out of this fucking place. I'm sorry guys. It looks like I'm gonna be 61.
Okay.
Yeah, like I didn't do it. Game did it. Hey, Shepard, invite. Oh, I can't invite you yet. I'm gonna
He's
invite
not in
you.
the chat.
Oh, okay. Invite me, Charlie. So you can invite me. I'm trying to like.
I can't.
I can't either. Just wait till you get to Shattereth too. It's the Burning Crusade thing. I kind of wish I would have leveled through Burning Crusade, to be honest.
Yeah. Wait, what? Are you saying you wish you would have leveled?
Yeah, like played through the Burning Crusade, then waited until Wrath of the Lich King came out. I want PvP through each level, each
Are you saying you wish you hadn't
expansion.
bought the 58?
No. I'm not saying that at all. I love my 58. I'm really glad it boosted. Honestly, give me some time I needed. No, I'm just saying that I am happy to. I wish I would have like. I didn't realize Burning Crusade was out on Classic WoW. That's what I'm trying to say. And I didn't realize that I could have played that. But now I guess Wrath of the Lich King came out. I wish I could have played max level Burning Crusade.
Gotcha.
Oh, wait till we get this Anger Marsh, Charlie. Oh my god, Nagaran. It's gonna be dope.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can get my questy updated because I need to level as fast as I possibly can.
I still can't do my talents. Are you able to do anything, Charlie?
I'm relogging.
I'm relogging too. If I can't do it this time, I'm just going to play some League and then try again. I can't even log out.
Rah.
Wrath. Yeah. You hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, I just killed something, so I can. It
You
works
killed
for me.
something.
Yeah,
Okay. You got experience and everything for it?
I think so.
Well, I really am stuck in Shadow Wrath right now. No force quit, wow. It worked a little better that time. A character with that name already exists. What?
Now that's gotta be a glitch.
Yeah, definitely.
Are we creating a new person?
No.
Okay.
I'm just trying to log in.
So now your energy goes up one number at a time.
Mm-hmm. I like it that way better. Although you kind of get a cadence whenever it...
Yeah, before I did kind of, there was like
Yeah.
a cadence. I did like that.
Yeah, I kind of like that too. I think you can change it back that way. It's a setting. Okay, I can't log in. I'm just gonna play a league or something.
It might take a second. I got to log in.
No, it just says like there's another person named DP.
That's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't log in. I'll play League.
Okay.
Well, actually, I'll be right back.
Sup? Grant literally just took 5.
Ah, nice. Well, I mean, I'm probably not playing on this guy yet because I'm waiting on you still, but
Yeah, I'm trying to get on so I can grind. Also, I really use a questy that works on this.
dang, you're gonna have to do it like me.
Yeah, but all the quests I'm doing are for the first time. So
There's already 58 Death Knight. Ooh, I wonder if they added mailboxes.
You're in?
Yeah. They added repair machines on the Zeppelins.
Oh my god, I love that. The little space they had for it for the longest time.
Yeah.
Repair machines and junk sellers.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm in. Holy shit, I'm in. Holy shit, it's not lagging.
Yeah, mine's running fine. I mean, I got kicked once, but
I'm having to run.
Also, the Thunder Bluff Zeppelin
Yeah.
finally added. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, that's so great.
I think I might go Unholy. Or Shadow, I mean.
Ah, I got kicked again.
Oh, everyone got kicked. Looks like.
You got kicked too?
Oh, I left.
No.
I'm relogging.
I think I'm gonna go arms leveling build.
Nice. You can preview your talent setup.
Ah, yeah. I like that.
You have to go to interface, features, and then it'll give you an option. Can't wait to spit on these dumbass Death Knights that come in.
Yeah, I'm after some Death Knight murdering.
Yeah. Well, do you know how you like how everyone like spits on Death Knights when they walk in?
Yeah. That's true. Slash spit. There's a role playing server. Hey, I'm killing stuff. I just leveled. Holy crap. Yeah, they fucked with the experience hard. I was like not even 60, halfway to 61, and they just gave me the entire level almost. Do you guys
Oh
have
my
a similar
god.
experience?
Have you guys been to Orgrimmar? See how many people there are?
No, it's probably 70
Holy
people.
shit. There's gotta be 1,000 people easy.
Does Questy still work, Charlie?
Not the one I had, but I'm trying. So
Hey, Will, do they have a? Yeah, they do. They have a quest helper. He's got the juice. He's got the juice. Oh man, I'm excited. There's so many people everywhere now.
Did you get flying?
Me?
Yeah.
No. I don't have that much money.
I think it costs like 250 gold, maybe.
there's
No way.
flying now.
There's flying in Burning Crusade. It's just ridiculously expensive.
I don't know. Flying is cool, but it also like breaks the game.
It does. It's really fun in Burning Crusade, but I really enjoyed just the normal mounts. I never buy flying unless I'm like really overstocked with the gold. And in Burning Crusade they make it a gold barrier to get flying, and then in Wrath of the Lich King they make it a you're not allowed to until you're max level or something like that. Or a high enough reputation.
Yeah, well, in Wrath, there's some zones that are built for flying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You can never
think
fly in the area until like you've leveled in that area because it does ruin the immersion.
Yeah, it's also like you just get ganked like crazy because everyone just flies in and drops in on you.
Yeah. Are you guys in Wrath or in You guys all walked to the Outlands now?
Grant, I'm leveling.
I know. What level are you?
It doesn't say what level
55.
he is on this. Yeah, you got a little ways to go. I'm gonna see if I can get my epic now.
Almost got 100 gold now.
Nice. I have 650.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm a money-making machine. I highly recommend getting Auctionator.
Auctionator.
Yeah, it's so easy to use. How do you think you're doing more damage?
I'm still trying to figure out my way around this. I want to be able to track my quests better.
Oh my god. Okay, there's a leveling spec that's like meta in Wrath that's mostly prod.
I wouldn't doubt that.
Yeah, I remember it being really good. Maybe I'll go prot. And I'll just tank.
That's
Kind of fun, honestly. Hmm.
2.
Hmm. Hmm.
Hello, Shelburne.
Blue.
Eh.
Jesus Christ.
All right, so he just okay. So low level until a 58 is ego prod.
Is what?
Low level to 1 to 58 ego prod like prod.
Oh, okay. Not, I don't know. You said ego prot. I was like, I don't know what that means. Got my fast mount.
You're 60,
Yeah. No, you can be 58 and get it.
58, and big mount.
Mm-hmm.
What's up?
You can be 58 and get a fast mount.
No, I died. 58 to get fast mount. Okay, cool. How much is that?
50
Damn.
gold.
Will, did you get my gold?
Yeah.
Between gold again.
Do you need some?
Yeah. I need another 30.
30? All right.
50. You said 58.
It's 50. Yeah,
50,
about
50 gold. Okay, so
55 ish.
yeah, 35 gold. I'll take out a loan again.
Okay, I'll send you.
What are y'all doing right now?
I'm mining honor.
Honor?
Yeah.
What are you
Sorry,
doing?
in mining in the daily quest in the Outlands. You wanna join me?
We're waiting for Charlie, and I'm playing a Death Knight right now.
Oh yeah. They'll be in the Outlands soon then.
I don't know how to complete this.
Oh man. The BGs, guys. The BGs. So ready.
So did you get a Blade Storm yet?
No, I'm trying to figure out what to spec, honestly. That's why I'm doing like a weird quest right now. Oh.
Maybe when it Maybe when maybe when I reload quest helper. I wonder if I have to like quit a quest and then re-pick it back up or something.
Charlie or Will, didn't they add quest helper in Wrath of the Lich King?
No.
It didn't. So was that Cataclysm?
Oh, that was later. Yeah.
Damn.
No,
Well-
I'm glad.
Yeah.
But I'm in a minority.
Yeah. I
think it ruins the immersion.
think it probably does too, but I really enjoy PvP.
Yeah, that's true.
This is it's different. Different for me. Preference.
Well, quite honestly, it would add about maybe 30 to 50% additional leveling time for me if I don't have it, because I don't know where it is.
Right.
And I don't know. That's what I'm talking about.
What are you doing, Will?
I was just getting my mount. I'm getting off. I think I have to do my mage because I watched a video and I'm like, yep, I remember that, all that stuff.
Yeah, mage is gonna be fun.
Well, I mean, I would love to. It's just I don't know basic things like Winter Spring is a zone, and how do you get to Winter Spring? I don't know.
I didn't know any of that stuff.
Yeah, I don't
Found
either.
it out
I don't
Yeah,
know.
but you
if
don't have to level there. It's like kind of a irrelevant zone. Like it's good XP, but like you don't. That doesn't matter.
It's
You know where to
PvP. It's a PvP zone.
But see, I
basically now,
don't.
though.
Gotcha. See, I don't know.
Not Winter Spring, not the place he's
Winter
talking
Spring?
about. He's talking about the. He's not talking about the Lich King place. He's talking about the
Oh.
new place.
Okay.
I just turned a bunch of miners into ghouls. Now I'm taking them back to the town. The ghoul goes, "Mommy?"
But like all that stuff that you don't know is all given to you within context if you're like looking for it. I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, I know. It just I'd spend a lot of time wondering around endlessly.
Yeah, I
Just follow the guide.
definitely spent a lot more time aimlessly.
If you want to like level efficiently, just follow a guide.
True.
I always just look up what level zone I should be in, and I kind of know like classic pretty well, and like it's I just like will be like, what level am I? What level's the next zone? What can I do to quest to get there? I don't know. It's just like knocking tasks off.
Yo, are we still there?
I'm still here for a little bit.
Yep, still here.
I'm a genius. I'm a genius. I figured everything out. Freaking
Nice.
best. It's hard to do it on voice chat when I have other people in my head.
Yeah, I had to get off voice chat when y'all were talking earlier because I was trying to do my mount quest and I was like, I can't. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do.
Uh-oh. Oh my god. I'm just walking past all the enemies. Something's wrong. I like create no threat. Or there's some lag or something. It feels like there's gotta be some lag. Just walking through the Timbar Maw to Winter Spring Hold. There's just no. Just walk right past everything.
No one's aggroing.
Yeah.
Or... Oh, maybe
I
you're
think-
friendly. You might have got
Yeah, I
friendly
think
with them.
there's.
Oh, he did. You're right. Never mind. I'm just retarded.
You're a genius. You figured it out.
So I killed them a bunch earlier. I should have done the quest before I walked inside.
Yeah, but you got it up to friendly at least.
Yeah.
You get those are like the factions you want to get like exalted with when 60 was the cap because they give good reputation gear and stuff.
Gotcha.
But they don't matter at all anymore, so you can kill them all you want.
All right.
The creeps.
Level 70. Here I come.
Are you 58?
No. One thing at a time, my son.
Gotta find some scarlet people to interrogate.
Well, there's a couple things that I kind of wanted to I don't have to have every single thing marked. It's just way easier, especially when I'm trying to figure out where to turn in a quest. Because like if I have to go and I have to go to my if I have to go to my quest tracker and like hold on. I have to like plan out the route. It's like when to turn stuff in, it's so much more difficult.
Yeah, just use Questy and use a guide. And
Also, it really helps because if I look at a character, it has like a little sword by the character to say if I need to kill it or not, which basically saves so much time at like looking at it, looking in the quest log, or remembering the name of it.
yeah, haven't you been doing that this whole time, or?
That's what I have been doing. So that's what one of the things Questy now. Questy also tells you where everything is. Which I
Did you
don't
get a
have to.
new updated version for this Lich King shit? Because my Questy's like not showing me some stuff here because it's like not up to date for it. It's like error for the Death Knight quests.
Oh no, it also doesn't show me. Now I've got some UI bug where it doesn't show me what type of garment it is, whether it's leather, cloth, or something. Also, there's this really useful bag aggregator tool I had, which doesn't work anymore. Now each bag opens individually, which is dumb. Winterfall Firewater.
think I got revered, or maybe exalted with those guys on Blessy. Because you have to get revered to buy a enchanting recipe from them or something, so I had to do it. I just killed them for like, because you get like 15 rep per kill, and me and Brendan Spencer would just spend like 4 hours in a field of them killing them.
Which is funny because Blizzard knows how much time it takes in a perfectly efficient quest line to get all those things, and yet they're like, we want to encourage responsible play, and it takes 2 hours to complete like a basic like status upgrade for people.
Days to it takes like 3 weeks of grinding to get to exalted.
That cracks me up. So I didn't use quests the last 2 times I played.
This guy on the horse just walked in the inn to fight me. Sorry. I feel so strong on this guy, it's insane.
Oh yeah, Death Knights just feel overpowered.
Like, I'm just running through this. I'm not even...
It's a little distracting for the health and mana to regenerate that with 1 unit at a time. There's like more pixels changing on my screen.
These guys are spawning as fast as you kill them. But you can, like, destroy them. Okay. Gotta find this person. Yeah, Questy's not showing where this person is, so I have to look. with my own 2 eyes.
Your own 2 brains. You gotta. Gotta read with your own 2 brains.
Oh no.
What's up?
Someone got me. Baroth.
Oh my god, you open containers so fast.
Like boxes?
Yeah, boxes.
So this is the farthest I've ever played. I've never played this far in WoW.
Well, you've got to 60.
No, I mean like in the game. So I've.
Alright, I'm getting off. I might play some later tonight, but
This
Cool.
guy's
Probably not.
AFK, getting killed by everything. He's AFK like right outside the town, and some people aggroed.
probably let us know when you hit 58.
Yeah, you betcha.
When do you think?
This joyous
how-
journeys is crazy. Yeah, Charlie, if you think you'll hit it tonight or tomorrow?
I don't know.
I mean, maybe we'll do try to do a portal. Go through a portal tomorrow. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Yeah, I might try to hit tonight. We'll see.
All right. Well, good luck.
I'll see you maybe tonight.
All right. Peace.
Cry for vengeance.
Yes, please, babe. Thanks, babe. Whew. Which one?
nearly 3 hours long. Leonardo DiCaprio attended the premiere, and by the end, his date was too old for him. So... Even Prince Andrew's like, come on, Leo, mate, you know. You're nearly 50, son. Epic movie, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, nearly 3 hours long. Leonardo DiCaprio attended the premiere, and by the end, his date was too old for him. So... Even Prince Andrew's like, come on, Leo, mate, you know. You're nearly 50, son. Epic movie, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, nearly 3 hours long. Leonardo DiCaprio attended the premiere, and by the end, his date was too old for him. So... Even Prince Andrew's like, come on, Leo, mate, you know. You're nearly 50, son. Epic movie, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, nearly 3 hours long. Leonardo DiCaprio attended the premiere, and by the end, his date was too old for him. So... Even Prince Andrew's like, come on, Leo, mate, you know. You're nearly 50, son. Epic movie, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, nearly 3 hours long. Leonardo DiCaprio attended the premiere, and by the end, his date was too old for him. So... Even Prince Andrew's like, come on, Leo, mate, you know. You're nearly 50, son. Epic movie, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, nearly 3 hours long. Leonardo DiCaprio attended the premiere, and by the end, his date was too old for him. So... Even...
Raw water from the reservoir being pushed through the pipes. At the end of last week, I was briefed by the State Health Department on the discovery that Jackson's main water treatment facility has been operating with zero redundancies. We were told on Friday that there was no way to predict exactly when, but that it was a near certainty that Jackson would fail to produce running water sometime in the next several weeks or months if something did not materially improve. Unfortunately, that failure appears to have begun today. Until it is fixed, it means we do not have reliable running water at scale. It means the city cannot produce enough water to to fight fires, to reliably flush toilets, and to meet other critical needs. Do not drink the water. In too many cases, it is raw water from the reservoir being pushed through the pipes. At the end of last week, I was briefed by the State Health Department on the discovery that Jackson's main
Hey, what's up?
Dinner's almost ready.
Thanks. Yeah, you're doing great.
Delayed or something.
Ooh, I do love chili oil. Yeah? Thank you, babe.
Risk. We still have humans taking out leverage.
Well, the corruption is different. Like in a centralized system, it's the people who are corrupt, often. But I think that Bitcoiners overestimate the amount of effect that these external institutions have on an economy. Interest rates, for example, are basically set by the market. I don't care what the Fed says. You know, the market really does basically choose and control interest rates. The Fed has some control over certain things, you know, bank rates and whatnot. But like for the most part, the whole market kind of adjusts. People adjust their their leverage, and housing mortgages go up. When the mortgage price goes up, housing prices come down. The whole market just kind of adjusts. It's this giant balancing mechanism. It really is. So Bitcoiners tend to, I think, overestimate the amount of inefficiency provided by corruption in the system. That's always been the case. And I think they underestimate the level of danger that individuals with no regulations can cause to the system. And maybe ultimately, like, the no regulation world is a better world. And we root that out somehow by, I don't know, maybe mathematical mechanisms. But to your point earlier, you said that you don't see a future where like the whole world is decentralized in 30 or 40 years. Well, yeah. Just because it's decentralized doesn't make it good. There's only one thing that, two things in history that we figured out how to maybe decentralize in a cryptographic way or a computer way. One might be torrents, right? Pretty decentralized way to do file sharing. The other is money.
And it just works.
It works, just works. It could fail, but like it works pretty well.
Yeah.
The other's money. And money apparently works really well decentralized. It doesn't work yet. Like we're seeing a lot of I don't think it's good when Bitcoin drops 50% as a pitch for money. It's just not. But I think that this will be money someday. It's good for that use. It's a good ledger. It's used by some people as money, drug dealers and hookers. But no, it is some kind of money. We know that. It's value at the very least. It's contained value. And we've figured out how to decentralize this thing, but it doesn't mean that everything has to be decentralized or that decentralization is better ever. It doesn't make decentralization isn't a good simply because we can do it. And that's the problem, I think, is everyone has looked at Bitcoin and decided that because Bitcoin removes the corruption from the people, the people that hold and control the system, that somehow Bitcoin and the decentralization of everything else will do exactly the same. And that's just not the case.
Yeah. Well, I think it's created this ability that someone came out with this idea in 2008 as a white paper and then delivered a protocol in 2009, and 13 years later it's still here, and at some point it was worth over $1 trillion, and millions of people own it and can move it around the world instantly on the Lightning Network or within an hour on the base chain. That the fact that it's delivered and survived, I think it's given people a lot of hope. When I said to you earlier, we had a guy in to discuss a progressive's case for Bitcoin. And the great thing about Bitcoin being apolitical is it doesn't matter where you are, left, right, middle, you have to abide by the same set of rules, and it just works. And I think what that's done is, with that, people have identified other things which are corrupt and broken and think, oh, perhaps we can decentralize that. I just don't see it working in that way.
Well, I think that the problem for me is that a large number of people have this understanding of where corruption is, and they misidentify things all the time. Like a good example right now, there's an accusation by the conservative right that Joe Biden sold our strategic petroleum reserves to China. And everyone's up in arms about this. Very, very, very angry. Well, you can go look at how the strategic petroleum reserves are always dealt with. Oil is a commodity. It's fungible. It's a global market. This by statute, the SPR, the Strategic Petroleum Reserves, the SPR has to be sold to the highest bidder by statute, and the highest bidder was China. So like, it's not a scandal. Anybody who would have, so the entire world right now is looking at that and screaming about corruption, and no one goes to the source document and finds out why it was done this way. And I find that to be the case with like most forms of corruption that people are obsessed with.
Well, hold on a second. Just give me a second on that. I don't understand the Strategic Petroleum Reserves. What is that? How does it work?
So
Scandal.
we have
Anybody who would have,
a national supply of petroleum. It's supposed to be released like in times of war if we need it or something. Trump filled it up for very cheap during COVID, and now as gas prices are up, Biden has been releasing it. The Biden administration has been releasing it in order to like solve some of the backwardation or contango problems, whatever the case. I'm not a trader, but I think backwardation is like what's been going on. So like they're trying to basically fill the supply chain a little bit. And if they can do that, then they can release, like it just relieves a little bit of the pressure. That's the idea.
I don't understand the Strategic Petroleum Reserves. What is that? How does it work?
So we have a national supply of petroleum. It's supposed to be released like in times of war if we need it or something. Trump filled it up for very cheap during COVID, and now as gas prices are up, Biden has been releasing it. The Biden administration has been releasing it in order to like solve some of the backwardation or contango problems, whatever the case. I'm not a trader, but I think backwardation is like what's been going on. So like they're trying to basically fill the supply chain a little bit, and if they can do that, then they can release, like it just relieves a little bit of the pressure. That's the idea. So there's accusations that like this is a misuse of the SPR, might be, but this big one, this like big accusation that like we sold the SPR to China, that we sold like big portions of it. It's just absurd. And that's, again, my big problem with corruption generally is the level of understanding that people have about corruption in the system is like zero. They have no idea where the corruption is. They're obsessed with the corruption in the system, and they're wrong about it. The last year I've been hearing libertarians talking about how like Vanguard and BlackRock are the worst entities in the world because they own the most of X stock. And it just seems to me that like these people don't understand how the world is constructed. Like Vanguard and BlackRock own the most of these stocks because they have the most people putting money into them, and that's not owned by Vanguard and BlackRock. It's owned by the people that give the money for their ETFs. And so there's these like sources of corruption that I see people identify all the time, and they're just wrong about where the corruption is. They're completely wrong. And it's very frustrating.
So where is it in the system that you think people should be focusing on?
Well, I think like politicians themselves can be very corrupt. I think that like that worries me. I don't care that much about corruption. I tend to think that like the markets root a lot of the cost of corruption out of the system. But like there's very obvious spots. Like I think that like it's very corrupt for. I think it's corrupt when people who are in power can do things that people who are not in power can do explicitly by the rules. So, for example, insider trading by congressmen in the United States, that seems to me to be very corrupt, and it's explicitly legal.
Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, but it's explicitly legal.
She's a very good trader.
Yeah, she is a very good trader.
Very good trader.
But there's doesn't. I mean, I think
that one to me is crazy. I mean, I don't know what the case is in the UK, but I'd be surprised if they're allowed. But
here it's explicitly allowed. Yeah. It's explicitly allowed. It is allowed, and the Congress is the only one that can change it. They have to vote on the bill themselves as to whether they are allowed or not allowed to do it.
The turkeys have to vote for Christmas.
Yes.
Yeah. But it does seem like the obvious thing to remove. One of the most obvious things to remove.
So that kind of thing, to me, that seems like corruption, mainly because I think, again, I don't think that Nancy Pelosi making a lot of money really affects me. It could, I guess, but in theory, but it doesn't really affect me. It does kind of feel a little bit fuckered, though, that she has this opportunity that's very obvious and clear that I don't have. Maybe they just make insider trading illegal for everybody. I don't know.
Anything on the UK?
I've not seen that, but do you see this week that Nancy Pelosi bought a load of Nvidia stock before a big vote?
Oh, she's really into Bitcoin.
Yeah.
I've
not seen that in the UK.
Yeah, 8 million.
8 million shares?
$8
million.
$8 million of shares.
There's entire ETFs or like people that are like tweeting what their what the trades are.
Like the Pelosi.
Yeah. And I love that. I love that people are just following. And maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's like, again, technology a lot of times operates corruption. So like, if they have to disclose to us what they're buying, then I don't know that it matters at all because you can just buy it too.
Yeah, look, going back to all this contagion that we've had, maybe this is where the more hardcore maxis are right, and maybe I haven't paid enough attention to them in terms of, hold your private keys, screw these companies that offer leverage or interest on your loans, screw financial services. I don't personally believe it, but they've been right on certain areas, and maybe I think because we take this very seriously, like we really consider the things that we talk about and the influence it has. Maybe they were right, or maybe this shit just happens anyway. That's what I don't know.
Well, okay, so I mean, the thing is, the thing. Okay, this is why I think it's such an important thing to understand that I believe very strongly, markets are efficient. It leads you to a lot of principles that are very important. Like, for example, I believe very strongly that the best way to hold risk, to be compensated adequately for risk that you're holding, is to diversify away the risk, the unilateral risk, right? I diversify it away. So like, I don't know, if there's one taxi company and all of my money is in the taxi company, that's a lot of risk. But if there's 10 taxi companies, which one's going to win? I don't know. I'm going to buy a little bit of all of them.
Yeah.
And that means that I'm going to miss out on the biggest gains because I'm going to miss out on Uber. Uber's, rise, but I'm going to get a little bit of it.
And save yourself from the biggest losses.
And I'm going to save myself from the biggest losses. And humans are notoriously bad at remembering that they picked losses. Notoriously bad at it. And I think that's the thing with like Bitcoin is highly volatile. I think the best you can do is either just hold it and just sit on it and say this is my investment. But the other thing you can do is you could like volatility trade it, like where you're just buying low, selling high, buying low, selling high, buying low, selling high. Yeah, I got it. Right.
You got it right.
Yeah. Buying low and selling high. You can do that. Like it's
But what's low and
volatility.
What's high?
Well, volatility trading allows you to do that essentially algorithmically. Bitcoin's pretty good for like a velocity like strategy, and I do think that's you could get extra returns on like Vanguard, like maybe the Vanguard or the SPYs or something like Vanguard Total Market or the SPYs, but your returns on something like that, doing that instead of 9% per year, you're going to get like 11% per year or 13%, maybe 20% in really good years, right? It's not huge. In Bitcoin and in crypto generally, particularly in DeFi, what was amazing to me is people were looking for these 50% returns, 80% returns, 200% returns. And like Bitcoin early on wasn't any different. It was the same thing. This is how people like Pirate at 40 got their start. They were promising these 1% returns per day and 15% returns per month. And Bitcoin was like, the Bitcoiners often, I remember like...
Was that the thing Dan Mercado talked to us about?
It was. I can't remember exactly what. Will you explain what that was?
Pirate at 40? Mm-hmm. Absolutely. It was one of, there was a lot of Ponzi's early on in Bitcoin, particularly dealing with miners. But Pirate at 40 was the most interesting. It was this guy named Trendon Shavers, released his own name. He was very public. And he seemed to be doing something legitimate. He was running, he took investment. People gave him X number of Bitcoins. And nobody knew where he was getting the returns. It was speculated that the returns were coming from, lending to like drug markets and stuff like that. And I think ultimately what I have come to conclude is he was probably lending to Mt. Gox. So the returns were coming from, Mt. Gox covering liquidity and maybe some other nefarious things, but that was a large part of it. So Trendon Shavers was returning these massive profits, and he was doing it for months and months, and this thing started to grow. He needed more liquidity because they needed more liquidity. And then all of a sudden, I think it was around like August, September of that year, he just doesn't pay out one day. And people wonder what the hell's going on because they know his name, they've met him, they've done steak dinners together. They've met him at conferences. He goes to conferences. Like he's a public guy. So they're all very confused. And he just doesn't pay out. So there's a number of like weird events that happen around this. Matthew N. Wright, who's, not really in the community at this moment. I haven't seen him in years ever since this. Matthew N. Wright, who was actually the owner of Bitcoin Magazine at the time, before they sold it to Tony Galipi. Matthew N. Wright makes a bet with everybody that I think it was like by September 13th or something, Trendon will make a payout. And if he doesn't, I'll pay, I don't remember how much, $10,000, or it might have been 10,000 Bitcoin. It was big. You can actually find the spreadsheet online of all the people that registered to take this bet. He was like, Trendon's going to pay. And if he doesn't, I'll give you this much. And if I don't pay, you can give me the scammer tag. So this was the way that we monitored ourselves early on in Bitcoin, is in the forums. If you fucked up, you got a scammer tag and nobody would deal with you, right? And you'd have to either remake an account and start basically fresh rebuilding reputation. So he commits himself to this. If I don't pay, you can give me a scammer tag. The date comes around. Trendon doesn't pay. Parrot at 40 doesn't pay. And Matt says to the community, fuck you, I'm not paying you. I was just doing this to show you all how gullible you are. You guys will fall for any scam. And he doesn't pay. And so they give him a scammer tag. He kind of exits the community. This leads to the collapse of the Bitcoin Magazine team at the time. So Bitcoin Magazine's in trouble. Tony Gallipi steps in. Tony Gallipi buys it. And like here we are today, where I think Gallipi has sold it now to like David and that team.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure it's Gallipi. Yeah. And like all of this stuff, like these guys, it's a weird history that only a few people were around to kind of witness. And yeah, so we had early Ponzi's, and Bitcoiners were looking for returns in excess of the normal market. So they would give money to cloud mining operations. They'd give money to Trendon shavers.
What happened to Trendon?
He went to jail. I think he went to Texarkana, if I recall, the resort jail of jails, federal prison. He was there for a number of months. He got out and immediately started trading shitcoins. Which, I mean, what's remarkable about Trendon is that if you look back on it, again, a classic Bitcoin story, he probably had 20,000, 15,000 Bitcoins to himself.
He did sat on his hands.
Because Bitcoin was worth nothing. This was when Bitcoin was like $1, 80 cents, 70 cents, maybe less. It was cheap, really cheap. Maybe 10, 20,000 Bitcoin. And he does this thing. Oh, and so when he doesn't pay out, no one knows why. And, it causes this like weird, like tons of people that were in his little thing, he tries to pay them out. And that's when it turns into a Ponzi, right? He starts paying them out. With new entrants, it turns into a very classic kind of Ponzi, thinking that the person he's lent to, I believe, this is what he's told. He said he believes the person who he's lent the money to is going to return the money eventually. So no biggie, it's never made whole. So his investors are never made whole, and he starts paying out some with like investment funds of people that are like waiting.
You found him?
I mean, I found him. I can't find him on like what he's doing right now, but.
He was trading shitcoins like pretty quick after he got out. I knew that. But he had a shit ton of coins, and if he lost basically everything when the government showed up and took everything from him, and he goes to jail and he spends a few years there. And if he had done this has been the story of Bitcoin. If you did nothing, you got rich. And again, that goes back to you don't deserve this, but if you did nothing, you got rich. If you did something, you lost your coins. It's so kind of a bad message, actually, like in the grand scheme of things when you think about like an economy. If you do nothing, you'll get rich. If you do something, then you will give up wealth.
Yeah, but that's not true, because to get to that starting point, you got to do something.
You're 100% right. Like
you've got to mine, or you've got to go to work. You've got to expend energy.
Absolutely,
and choose to make
absolutely.
it.
But it's a pretty minimal thing that anyone had to do in the early days to get rich. And I don't think that's the case going forward. I don't think that's going to be the case.
Think about the opposite with the fiat currency world, where we're experiencing now quite high inflation, where you've got to do a lot and you can end up with nothing.
Yeah, well,
I prefer a world where you can do nothing and end up with more.
Yeah, everyone wants that. That's the millennial dream right there.
Yeah, but you look at those two extremes. Neither are correct. But there's like an ounce of truth in both of them.
Yeah, and I think that Bitcoin's early days are not indicative of where it's going to go. I don't think that that's necessarily the case. But it's just interesting to look at the history of Bitcoin and the number of people who spent time in prison for doing things in Bitcoin that are maybe nefarious, wherein the holders themselves, and Gox is a perfect example. I don't know how many people are going to be made wealthy when the Gox stuff gets paid out.
The forced hodl.
Yeah, where they were forced to hold for 10 years, 8 years, they were forced to hold, and most of them would not have. I know that. You know that.
Everyone knows that.
Everyone knows that. So it doesn't matter what haircut they end up taking. There's gonna be so many people made wealthy by accidentally like losing their money in Gox in an early bankruptcy. And I mean, I don't know that that's a story that's going to be repeated again and again.
Do you look back at the early days of Bitcoin fondly?
Yeah, yeah. But I look on today's Bitcoin days as fondly as well. Like, I look back on the earliest days of Bitcoin fondly because I think that there were very few people recording the history. And I feel like I got to be at the center of it because there were 8 of us, you know, most of us under pseudonyms. Like, I don't know that like even those early guys would know who I was, right, in the forums or in the Skype.
Have you ever declared who you were?
To some I've talked to them about it. Like, oh my God, that was you. So like, you know, and it's not a big secret. It's just kind of like early on, you know, I was an anarchist. I thought we were overthrowing the government. You know, got to do it secret, like, you know. So I think there was very few people recording history. I didn't like write it down until Bitcoin Uncensored. We really did like do kind of a weekly brief on the history of Bitcoin, which is kind of awesome because like it perfectly encapsulates that time. And I think we basically got a cycle in, a pump cycle. So that's really an important like period because people can listen to that now every pump cycle and kind of realize that every single time it's the same. It's the same shit every goddamn time. But that was a time when we recorded history. So there's a lot of history that like I've lost in my memory. I'm sure that when you listen to Bitcoin Uncensored, it's like very detailed. But the early history, there just wasn't a lot of people. And, you know, we were geeks living in our mom's basements or, you know, sitting in our living rooms, unmarried, getting broken up with by our girlfriends who thought we were nutters. And they're just the history. It was slow. I mean, like for us, if we saw an article in any sort of newspaper, anything like a small town newspaper talks about Bitcoin, like we thought that like, oh fuck, the price is gonna go, it's gonna like 10x today. You know, it was just every little movement that it reminds me very much of a parent looking at their child and applauding that they're pooping. Like these are the accomplishments of a neonate. This little child, oh my God, he pooped on his own. Like, I'm so proud of him. Like, that was Bitcoin early on. It was, oh my God, it just took its first steps. Oh, and the things that we thought were big deals were not. I remember when Bitcoin Magazine came out, issue number 1, Barnes & Noble put it in some chains. I don't know how many, maybe all of them, but they put like 1 copy in. And I guess it's really fairly easy to get distribution there. Yeah, I don't think they sold it. I don't think they did that again until it's probably there now. But I remember when Barnes & Noble, it was like, this is it. We're in Barnes & Noble. And like you go into Barnes & Noble, there's like 400 magazines on that rack. Like nobody's going to buy it just because it's there. But when they got into Barnes & Noble, it was like the biggest deal in Bitcoin. It was the biggest news in the world. And that was true of like everything. Like every time an exchange was launched, every time it got a little easier to purchase. I remember when Circle launched. Circle, I don't know who they hired, but they inundated Reddit with, this is the most innovative exchange. No one's ever seen anything like it. This is the most exciting thing we've ever seen in Bitcoin. And it was just an exchange. It was just another But I remember even Chris on BU and the other people that were coming to our meetups were just like, they were hyped about Circle. And I remember just sitting there like, it's going to be just the same, guys. It's going to be Coinbase. It's going to be the same thing.
But were there any moments where you thought, okay, this is significant. This is like a significant change. You know, in my Bitcoin lifetime, El Salvador is a significant thing. Whether it works out or not will be seen, or how it works out. But that's a significant thing. What Michael Saylor did is a significant thing. Tesla coming out and buying 1.5 billion of Bitcoin, that's a significant thing.
I find rich people doing rich people things to be completely insignificant in this space. And it's because like when Michael Saylor buys all those coins, he's putting everything on black on maybe a weighted roulette board that generally falls on black. I don't know. When Elon Musk does that, he's the world's richest person. He's like taking a small portion of his wealth. Oh, it's $1 billion. He's taking a small portion of his wealth and putting it in. Rich people make stupid bets all the time. They're idiots. Mark Cuban is an absolute moron. You know, he put his money into Voyager. I mean, I could have told him what was going to happen to these things. Like, I'm afraid of Coinbase, you know. Coinbase gives these loans, and like these leverage kills eventually if it's unmanaged. And maybe Coinbase is managing it, but like we just witnessed numerous companies that didn't manage their leverage. So I'm uninterested in what rich people do. And the moments for me in Bitcoin where I have sort of had that aha moment have always been when impoverished people like El Salvador, perhaps, but I think El Salvador is a bad example of that even. When impoverished people are forced into a position to use this. So there are, and again, this is Bitcoin Uncensored. We were obsessed with this. Who needs it? Because this thing is, it's sort of like, there's this new thing we have. It's this digital scarcity. What's it good for? You know? And the answer is nothing for me or for you. You don't need it. You got Great Britain pounds and you can use US dollars. You're allowed into a bank.
Well, this is exactly what we said at the meetup last night.
Yeah.
You know, there were a bunch of people in there asking different questions. And, came out and said, us people in this room today are the people who need Bitcoin.
Yeah, you don't need Bitcoin.
Yeah,
I don't need Bitcoin. You don't need Bitcoin. But like, I remember when Backpages.
No, I need it. I need it the least.
Yeah. Well,
I still need it.
You might need it someday. You don't need it today. You don't need it.
But all insurance you buy in advance.
Yes, I'm with you. I'm with you on this. Like, I'm a Bitcoiner. I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm fully with you. But there's people that need it today.
Yes.
They need it. There's no other options. And like, it's really interesting to me that like the governments didn't do a lot of this stuff. Like, for the history of humanity, we've had all of these, very centralized systems that show up and they fuck you. They just like, here's your asshole, here's the cock, and ba-bam, right in there. And they just fuck you. And there's nothing you can do. And there's history and stories of all of this. So like, I don't know, maybe in 1990, if Backpages exist, the government could have shown up and been like, okay, turn off the Visa, turn off the MasterCard, turn off all, and then Backpages would have gone away. Well, they did that in, 2016 or 15? And now, I mean, they ultimately had to just arrest the people that owned Backpages to get rid of them. But what did Backpages do? Backpages switched the day that they took away all of their financial options and just said, fine, we'll take Bitcoin. Wikipedia early on got cut off from their banks, got cut off from their PayPal and MasterCard and Visa accounts, everything.
You mean WikiLeaks, not Wikipedia?
Yes.
Did I say Wikipedia?
You meant WikiLeaks.
I meant WikiLeaks. WikiLeaks.
Yeah.
WikiLeaks got cut off from all that. And they, I remember this distinctly, like Bitcoin had just been mentioned on NPR. It had gone from just under $1 to $30 as a result of that mentioning on NPR, that story. And then on the way down at around $15 or $20, WikiLeaks announces that they're going to start taking Bitcoin donations, which, infuriated Satoshi. He was not happy about this. He said that
he didn't want the eye on them.
Yeah, but WikiLeaks needed it. Drug dealers need Bitcoin. And I mean, like, I hate to say it, but they need it. Like,
drug users.
Drug users need Bitcoin. They need to get meds. They need to get heroin, whatever it is, from dark markets. These infrastructures exist all over the world where people need a thing that does what Bitcoin does. And maybe you don't like what they do. Maybe you don't like who they are, but they need it.
Or maybe you don't admit publicly you like what they do.
Maybe.
You secretly engage in the same activity.
As long as there are people that need it, this thing that exists that's decentralized, that is essentially oil value. It's like a container of value. As long as this thing exists, these people can and will use it, and there's nothing you can do about it. And that to me is the aha moment for me. I don't care what rich people do, but I care about the people all over the world, wherever they are, whether it's North Korea, whether it's Iran, whether it's black people in the ghetto selling drugs. Doesn't matter who it is. There are people that need it. And that's something that's really unique. This isn't an iPhone. This isn't like conceptually something that comes out of like Steve Jobs' head where he says, I think people want this. And if they don't, I'm going to make them want it. It's not that. It's literally unique in all aspects and everything that it does. It's the first time we've ever been able to contain value digitally in a way that is scarce and yours and not anybody else's. And we didn't know exactly what that would be used for, but now it's obvious. And that's why those aha moments for me are when I see like the impoverished get it. And like, for me, that is moving in the way that like Roger Ver cries whenever he's on video talking about kids getting bombed by war. For me, it's very moving similarly. to see like impoverished people that need something, find access to it. You know, it's incredible. And to me, that is like the Bitcoin One moment. And the ATMs, I think Bitcoin ATMs are a great example of the way in which like this is sort of like you see Bitcoin winning at every Bitcoin ATM. You go there, you meet the people that are doing it. Like these are people that like are converting their assets into like this digital good, and they're doing it because they think it's better than anything else they can have, and they need it. They need it. Before this, they had gold chains that they would buy, or gold necklaces, or like just gold coins or whatever. But like, or they put it in their teeth. Now they can hold Bitcoin.
So does
Bitcoin in your teeth?
What Bitcoin means to you? Is it still fundamentally the same then? Has it not changed?
Nothing's changed. There's nothing interesting here. I mean, like this is just value. Bitcoin's uninteresting. Like I hate Bitcoiners for the most part because they are absurdly obsessed with like the interesting things about Bitcoin. There's nothing interesting here. This is the same. It's the same as it's always been. Bitcoin is contained digital value. That's it. It does nothing else. There's, you know, you can be creative. You can spam the chain and run a botnet with it maybe, but like it's just value. There's nothing interesting. And the thing about it, or like what it will do is the same thing value has always done. It will move from here to there. That's what it will always do.
I'm going to challenge you on that.
Okay, go.
I'm going to challenge you. I'm just going to bring up one example. I'm going to say mining has become infinitely more interesting than it was 4 years ago.
Sure, but that's fine.
But
like,
that is interesting. So
I think mining is going to become part of the national energy infrastructure.
Yeah.
I'm with you there.
But it's not even just that. We had this guy on Adam Wright the other day, and he's taking Bitcoin miners to landfill sites, and he's turning methane, which is 86 times worse for the environment than carbon, and he is... And by the way, these landfill sites, they have to deal with the methane.
Oh, we have one just north of here. Waste management, actually.
And you can put a miner on there, and you can take the methane, and you can turn it into Bitcoin. That is interesting.
Yeah.
And then that is interesting for multiple reasons, because it's this external use case for Bitcoin that wasn't thought about. I know Hal said, I wonder what Bitcoin can do for...
Well, the question in all cases with Bitcoin mining is like, what is the second best use of the energy, right? So like in, for example, waste management up in Fort Lauderdale does the same thing. They extract the methane and they convert, I think, to natural gas, which they put in their trucks.
Huh.
So the question is whether like that is more or less profitable than putting a miner on, you know, that thing, or maybe they have too much gas, right? So they like need to do something with it. I don't know. Maybe they do have like a flame running on one of their...
But I think the thing is that for the Bitcoiners is it's not whether the movement of value is interesting, which it is interesting because at certain times you're opening up a value exchange that people didn't have before. You know, they didn't have access to that value exchange. But it's the consequences of Bitcoin that can be interesting. Like, what does it mean? What are the implications of everyone holding it?
All of those consequences flow from one truth, which is that this is contained digital value.
Yeah.
That none of them matter. Like, of course, mining has other uses. Like, of course, not that it has other uses. Mining is very simply the act of generating a random receipt that proves that you burned energy, right? That's all it is. It's a global receipt. It's an NFT of energy burnt. That's all it is. It's a very boring, mundane thing, but because this random number, which validates against this other number, this nonce, is so hard to generate, because it's random. It's truly random because it's so hard to generate. You basically have like a global competition for it. Like it's Charlie in the Chocolate Factory looking for like the gold ticket, right? Like this global competition for the golden ticket every 10 minutes, right? And someone finds it. It's very boring, very mundane. But that's all Bitcoin is contained value. So any of these external effects, like the fact that mining is good for attaching to an energy infrastructure, the fact that anything is useful as a result of Bitcoin comes from the fact that Bitcoin is nothing interesting. It's just contained value. That's it. That's all things flow from that.
I think show title, there's nothing interesting about Bitcoin.
There is nothing. Yeah, that's a great show title. There's nothing interesting about it. And yeah, so for me, it's the same as it's always been. This is value. And that's the most exciting thing that anyone's ever figured out, is that out of this like weird math equation, this math problem that we have, where we combine like computer science and economics, we call it the Byzantine generals problem. Out of this, the fart of this math problem is this little thing we call Bitcoin. We didn't know what it was. Incidentally, it's something that a lot of people have found use, to the tune of Bitcoin being worth $20,000 right now.
I mean, I find that pretty interesting.
It's amazing. It is that is the fact is interesting, but the thing is not. It's mundane. Like it's a pool noodle. It's not interesting. It's like
So back in the Bitcoin Uncensored days, like this was a big part of your life. Like yeah. What is it now though? Is it something like you still daily pay attention to? You're thinking about all the time, or has it changed?
well,
Because you haven't become resentful like some. Like you can see the life cycle of some people. They come in, they stay, they leave, and they become resentful.
yeah, the resentment's
like a
amazing.
Mike Hearn,
Yes.
a Gavin Andreessen.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I've never felt like I have anything to do with what we're doing here, ever. There's like, I've never been self-important about Bitcoin. I've never felt like I'm a crucial figure here. I've always kind of felt tangential, and there's no room for a tangential person to get bitter. I've always, like Bitcoin Uncensored, I felt like John Madden sitting in the booth announcing a football game. He has no bearing on the outcome of the game. I'm just like, look at the core devs. The core devs right now are lining up on the field, and they're up against the Dash devs. Oh, look at that. The Dash devs have been just decimated. They've, touchdown, core devs. You know, like that's what I felt like for the years that we were doing Bitcoin Uncensored. So I've never felt like I had anything to do with this. And to me, if this thing that we have, which is digital scarcity, matters, then the only one that matters is Bitcoin. And there's a lot of reasons for that, but like it's clear to me that the competition for this space leads to the emergence of a single winner.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of reasons for that. I don't think today's the like, why am I a Bitcoin Maxi episode? But there's a lot of reasons for that. And once you've decided that, once you've kind of figured that out, and you realize that like Bitcoin is the only one that matters, I just don't see any room for resentment. Like what could I be resentful about? Not getting like not being a billionaire? I'm not resentful about that. There's plenty of time. Bitcoin isn't for me, it's for the world. This is a thing that's important because it's something that's needed. There's a lot of people that are late to the party because they didn't see or understand what it was. And maybe they probably, like those who are late to the party probably still don't understand exactly what they're looking at. They think it's interesting, like we were talking about. They think it's interesting and it's not. We are all sitting here in purgatory waiting for Bitcoin to become, to make us wealthy. All of us, Bitcoiners, the Bitcoin maxes, you know. And
But are we?
No, I mean, well, I'm not. But
but I think we start that way. So you get in early, you perhaps see your first 5x, 10x, whatever happens, and then you can become addicted to price. But then I think you start to care less about price.
Well, that's the Mr. Bean meme. But even still, I think there's a tendency to sit around and wait. And my life around Bitcoin, I've always loved Bitcoin. I do Bitcoin things. I think about Bitcoin. I think what I think are original thoughts about Bitcoin. And whether they are not. And all through that time, whether it was Bitcoin Uncensored or whether it's, you know, my married life now, whether in the future it's having kids or whether it's with my family or whatever the hell it is. I've always tried to live, to make sure that I'm not doing like the Bitcoin purgatory thing, and that I'm living my life in such a way that I am, that I'm able to kind of continue it and not just wait for Bitcoin to go up in price as like the world changes. It's actually remarkably simple for me. And as like I said, Bitcoin isn't that interesting. So like, it's not that hard. And I'm always fascinated by, oh, I love Angel's Envy. I'm always fascinated by...
we need some eyes.
Yeah. Maybe you do.
Shout out Sahil for the whiskey.
Yeah, thank you, Sahil, for the whiskey.
I'll pour yours first.
Not like last time.
There you go.
You did some good vamping there, Jenseth. I thought you were going to have to sing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We haven't got any glasses here.
It's good enough. The Jenseth pour. But I...
having it in a mug. Cheers.
That's how you do it. This is the Florida way. I do think that like Bitcoin's pretty uninteresting, and I do think that there's a lot of people waiting in purgatory. In conclusion, like that's not the purgatory thing to me is sad because it's a lot of people waiting around for other people to do work that will make them rich. And I find that to be a valueless life. I mean, we talked about this last time, like how I view work. But I think that that's a really, like, I've always tried to avoid getting into a position where I'm waiting for other people to do stuff for me.
Yeah, so maybe I'm different, but I've gone on a different journey.
You are kind of lazy. You've done nothing in the last few years.
Jesus. It's been a different journey. It's been the more I've learned about Bitcoin and money, the less I care about being kind of super rich anymore. And the more I care about what I do with my time.
I actually agree with that in some ways. I mean, like, for me,
sounds very virtuous.
No, it's not that it's virtuous. What you realize is that, like, if the obsession of money is like an obsession with putting fuel in your car, you can't do anything. Like people dream of getting to this place where they're living off of like the fumes of the gas in their engine, I guess, like a perpetual motion idea where the money generates more money and then that money generates more money and then I'm just, rich forever. And I guess like there might be a theoretical amount where that's possible. But when you start realizing, like, you have to live your life at some point and you start to realize that, like, there is more to life than just earning dollars. Like, you have to go on vacation, you have to go see people, you have to, I don't know, get married. Like, you have to move on. You have to get to the next stage. And I do feel like Bitcoin has like stunted a lot of people in that way. Again, this was originally a question about resentment, though.
Well, but I did start that way, and I in that first cycle I made a lot of money and lost a lot of money. And
were you resentful at first, or
no? Do you know what? It's a weird because it never felt real. I was disappointed in myself, but not resentful. I was just disappointed. It's like, I got greedy, whatever.
Everyone gets greedy.
But then I was like, well, I'm not going to be a trader, so I'll just work, and I work my nuts off in this podcast, and Danny as well, and we've as a team just really worked hard. But it's never really been that much about the money. Don't get me wrong. It's a business. We want to make money. But that whole get super rich thing, we might laugh about it or joke about it or talk about if Bitcoin does this, but genuinely, and I think what it is you get exposed to, once you start to understand how money works, you start to learn how the system fucks so many people. And so then it becomes a little bit more mission driven. It's like, how can this help other people to be less fucked?
Well, that's I think for me too, the guarding against like the resentment stuff, because for me, Bitcoin has always, like, for me, again, I've never felt like I had an actual role. Like I've just kind of like been a clowny announcer. And for me, like, any participation in this at all has always been about the fact that, if this works, we've changed the world. Maybe not as significantly as maybe Bitcoiners think, but maybe as significantly, but maybe we changed the world 2%. Maybe we've made it 2% better. Maybe this is 2% better than the system that exists. I don't know. Maybe it's 10%. But a 10% leap is, like, I don't think people realize, like, you have a 10% leap forward in tech, that's astounding. The compounding effect of that in the future would be ridiculous.
Well, you make 10% people's lives better. It's 800 million people.
Well, I don't mean 10% of people's lives. I just mean, like, if the system is more efficient, 10%.
But I'm saying if you can make 10% of people's lives better.
Yeah. But in this case, let's say that Bitcoin's 2% better. And you're right, like, maybe 10% of people, like, specifically their lives would be better. But, like, let's say Bitcoin's 2% better. That's astounding. That's an astounding reality. And I view Bitcoin as possibly one of those things that could be 2% better than what exists. And if that's the case, just holding a little bit will make a person phenomenally rich. That's the VC problem. Is VCs are always looking for companies that are going to, like, make an industry 1% or 0.25% better than it is.
Well, that's why A16Z now cares about a lot of things outside of Bitcoin.
Yeah, well, they should.
They can't make those percentages on Bitcoin, so now it has to be Web3 and DeFi.
Well, I mean, like, that's not true. Like,
I know it is true.
Bitcoin could be 10x. Could go 10x again and 15x.
Yeah, but the only way they can do that is by holding it. They have to do more than hold. They have to build or invest in people, and making money in Bitcoin is hard.
Yeah.
Creating companies that can make money on top of Bitcoin is hard.
It's ridiculously hard.
Yeah.
And again, that's the volatility thing. I don't know exactly what, like, I mean, again, like, I've watched so many, like, my vision, my dream is like a play where you have a guy sit his family down and go, honey, kids, got good news. We're really wealthy. We are to the moon wealthy.
We are
You won't even
fucking
believe it.
rich.
We are rich. Honey, quit your job tomorrow. Kids, stop going to school. You're unschooled. Now you're playing in the backyard. That's your life now. So congrats, guys. We did it. Familial wealth. We did it. And then scene 2 is he brings them, okay, guys. Got some bad news. We are impoverished. We have no money. Bitcoin's down. You're gonna have to go get a job. Kids, you're gonna set up a lemonade stand outside. And then scene 3 is him like opening the windows and kind of insouciantly like yelling, kids, shut the lemonade stand down. Bitcoin's back up. You know, and I view this like as a cycle of Bitcoiners. It's like constant for them. They like Bitcoiners do this and they make the same mistakes every cycle where they're declaring themselves wealthy and then they, you know, become poor and then they're wealthy again and they're poor. But like their level of poverty is always like hilarious. It's like, I'm rich, I have $500,000. And they're like, I'm rich, I have $3 million. And then they're poor. I'm poor, I have $1 million. And I'm rich, I have $6 million. Oh, I'm poor, I only have $3 million. And like there's this constant like rise and fall and rise and fall and rise and fall of like the levels. So like when Bitcoin's down, you're impoverished, and Bitcoin's up, you're rich. And it just resets your kind of like levels for the next cycle or whatever the hell it is that we're living in. I don't know.
Danny, are you impoverished right now?
I'm feeling pretty impoverished.
Everyone feels impoverished in the down market.
You don't care about price. I'm pretty zen about it all.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I don't really care.
I don't give a shit.
I do watch it. I care a little bit because in my like I separate it out into like my earnings. I'm like a hooker. I have my money that I made hooking. That's my Bitcoin money. And then I have the money that I made like in the like waiting tables over here. So the waiting tables money, I put it into more traditional finance products, and like a part of that is like GBTC. And I do trade with volatility just for fun. But that's kind of like that. I feel like that's the money that I earned. Like that's the stuff I got. That's the stuff I did, you know, which is different than the Bitcoin, which I just feel like I sat down, did nothing with, and went up. And I feel very kind of bad about that. It's like I don't feel guilty. I feel a little guilty about that.
Ah, man. You served your time here in the Bitcoin world, even as a stadium announcer. I'm to a stadium announcer, and you worked and you did your time, and you shouldn't feel guilty about that.
It's not that. It's just that like there's not. I don't truly feel like utterly guilty, but like it's just funny because I think when you look back at Bitcoin, you have to acknowledge that a large number of us just didn't do much. Like the work of the core devs, the people that are involved, like they did a ton.
Yeah.
And even those going forward, like the work of the future core devs, the people that are going to come here later, they're going to do way more than I ever did. And they're going to be able to afford fractions of the Bitcoin that I was able to get. And that's going to be true forever and ever. And I just think that's interesting. And maybe just being here early was a giant contribution, but it is interesting to me that the people that are going to like make interesting discoveries and the Luke Dash Juniors and whatever, like those the future Luke Dash Juniors are going to do what I would perceive as way more influential things and have access to less of it because.
But maybe you will support those people.
Yeah, I think that's kind of contingent on the old Bitcoiners to do.
By the way, we haven't really touched on the DeFi stuff.
Oh, we could touch on DeFi. Let's do that.
Well, it's an important thing to talk about. Mine's a Bitcoin show, but I have plenty of people who listen to it who are crypto people as well.
DeFi is important because this cycle, it's been basically the catalyst for the downfall of the price for every instrument here, whether it's Ethereum or Bitcoin or Cardano or whatever. Like DeFi is the thing that's kind of led the way for destruction, the price destruction.
Yeah, well, there's something every cycle. I mean, I think that's the memory of this cycle is going to be the DeFi contagion. The previous one would have been the ICO hell. What was previous to that?
Let's see. So ICO Mt. Gox crash. That's the big one there. What scams were run then? There were a lot of token scams. It was token scams again. It was like.
Was it colored coins? Were they scams?
They didn't call them colored coins, but there were a lot of things like so in that cycle, there were a bunch of projects, storage and like other types of projects like that where everything. It was put
something on a blockchain.
Yes, everything on a blockchain. Everything had to be on a blockchain, It was the like blockchain my business era. So I think that was like Don Tapscott showed up and a bunch of others. It was the books, but that, you know, and then before that maybe it was Mt. Gox. Yeah, because the $20,000 rise, like that was like the era of the gurus too. It was 1,000, I don't remember. But like the era of the gurus, but like there was all sorts of like basically blockchain my business, and a lot of like early on, all of the price destruction was pretty much led by collapsing exchanges, right? So you had like Cryptsy and Mt. Gox and stuff like that. All of the like always it was like halted because an exchange would collapse. And it's interesting this time because it's not so much like this time, the price collapse is like a leading indicator of exchange collapses, which was a little different than the last times. Like this time the price collapse caused the exchange collapse.
Well, have we had an exchange collapse in this cycle?
Voyager, Celsius. I mean,
do you consider those exchanges? I don't consider them exchanges.
I guess. I mean, they're different than like Coinbase, but they're exchanges. BlockFi. Like these are exchange-like. They're at least tangential too, you know.
Yeah.
But I think Voyager was an exchange, wasn't it?
I consider them. I mean, I can't think of a name for them, but they're borrowing and lending services. I consider them financial services.
But Coinbase borrows and lends, right? So like, I thought you could buy and sell on Voyager as well.
Yeah, I guess what it is that the primary product on Coinbase is to exchange, and you can borrow and lend. And I think on a
Voyager was the primary product was to buy and lend, or borrow and lend, and then you could also buy.
Yeah, and out of the look, I know some of these services aren't popular. I know because one of my sponsors is BlockFi, and I get criticized a lot for having them as a sponsor.
My first tweet when I heard you advertise for them was, "You're going to regret that one."
Well, I mean, we can talk about that.
No, that's fine. We should.
You know, I've taken a lot of criticism for it, and recently people have been questioning, you know, why have I not got rid of them as a sponsor, and like, what's my opinion on it? And I've always been very clear. I use their services, so I use their borrowing service. And I would no, their lending service. Which one do I use?
Lending.
You lend.
Yeah, I lend and get a interest payment back. And I also use. I would use their borrowing. Unfortunately, yeah, it's not set up in the right way for me. But if I was to buy a house and had enough Bitcoin to be able to borrow against that to pay a mortgage, again, I would consider something like that. I've had my service them hasn't been interrupted in any way at all, and I'd actually use their card, but the card isn't available in the UK. But they've never paused withdrawals. Nobody's ever had their funds withheld.
They've been the most legitimate. I'm glad Sam Bankman-Fried.
Ledin as well.
Yeah, SBF. Sam Bankman-Fried stepped in and basically, you know, made them solvent, right? Like
their interest rates dropped heavily. People are like, well, why would you use them? Their interest rates are so low. You can get 5% here, 6% there. The reason you got low interest rates is they didn't do any exotic weird shit. They didn't do any, you know, they didn't wrap your Bitcoin.
Well,
they made their interest by lending the Bitcoin out to other people.
BlockFi's been screwed twice, right? In this recent sort of like downfall, I think they've probably learned a lot. But before that, like their interest was heavily contingent on the GBTC premium.
Yeah,
and I think that like as I see these crypto cycles happen. And these companies that are offering traditional products, I mean, like you can get a credit line against your equities. It's a priority credit line. Get it from Wells Fargo, Fidelity. Like there's all sorts of companies that offer these. If you're getting like it's a legitimate product, a credit line, and you need to be compensated interest wise. But like this is a legitimate product. So like as these companies fail, as they make mistakes, as they watch their competitors fail. I think it becomes very clear where the risks are, and it makes them more resilient. So, I mean, like, I could see a company like BlockFi coming out of this with an enormous understanding of where they failed and the possibility of actually making a much more robust lending product and other such.
Well, we got more robust exchanges after Mt. Gox.
Yeah.
And we will get more. It might even not be BlockFi. It might be somebody else. It might be.
I mean, it might be NASDAQ that like launches. I mean, these products. I mean, what is it? NYDIG has a lending product. I don't love a lot of the terms of these lending products. Coinbase has a lending product. You know, all these lending products I think are dangerous, only because of the volatility of Bitcoin. But I don't think they always have to be. And I do like the sort of experiment that we're allowed to do on this, and as well as like I think people got to recognize this is like I think you have to figure out the CeFi stuff, the centralized finance stuff. before we like move into sort of the era of DeFi, you have to figure out where CeFi plugs into Bitcoin very specifically. And is Bitcoin gold? If it is, then yeah, like lending against it's a great idea.
But I do want to reiterate that point because, you know, I've taken a lot of punches on Twitter for it. And, you know, why would you have them as a sponsor? And it's, why would I not? I use their products. I like their products. You might not. You might think they're bad for people and you should tell people what you think. But I use it, so why would I not have it as a sponsor? I'm okay with that. Yeah, I rejected Celsius. Mashinsky in Hong Kong, I met him in Hong Kong. He asked to buy out. He wanted to outbid BlockFi, and I refused to work with him. I knew their product was shit. I'm not sure if I should be saying this. But whatever. But the point is that BlockFi is a product I use, and I would use them if they weren't a sponsor. So like where is my moral requirement? Where is my ethical boundary?
Yeah, well, I think that like as long, I mean, I tend to say do all things with irony. I think it's a very hard thing. I think people need to shut the fuck up because like taking money is a sort of problematic thing to do in all cases for like a journalist, right? Always. Especially when like it's a small team, like you know where the money comes from. There's not like a back office that does like, you know, the sales, the ads, the front office that has no idea what those ads are. Like you know all of your sponsors.
I know all the sponsors I've turned down as well.
Yeah, of course. But like my point is that like it really does, it does make it so that like there is, sure, absolutely a bias. But I think that like if you are putting yourself in a position like let's say you're advertising things like I get mad at like people like Ben Shapiro. I don't know how many mattresses he's advertised as being his favorite mattress, right? And I think to myself, does that guy have like 14 mattresses stacked on each other? Like I don't like he's got the Helix and he's got like the Casper and he's like they're just stacking on top of each other.
P at the bottom.
Each one's his favorite mattress. Like I am really turned off by that kind of advertising. I think the fact that you are advertising stuff that you're in. It doesn't validate it for me, but I think that people like in this space really need to understand that like there is a conflict because, and I think about this like investments. When I'm putting money into something in this space, I don't do very many individual investments, but when I do, I feel very reluctant to talk about them because I don't know if eventually it might blow up, and I don't like the idea of like getting people into this thing that I'm putting money into, getting people to like use it based on my name or anything like that, or my level of trust. I don't know if I haven't, but I do very strongly like want to guard the little credibility I have in that way. And so I've like been very like careful about talking about that stuff. But like a podcast is very different, and you know when you run a podcast, I think you're taking money from people, and like it can be a little hard to criticize them. I think you actually do a pretty good job of like running, willingly taking the criticism.
Yeah, look, there is certainly a conflict.
Yeah.
You know, I am taking products. Can I be openly critical about these companies?
Yeah.
And then it's like, what is my role in this? Is my role a journalist or an interviewer? If I'm a journalist, should I be investigating these companies? Well, I'm not investigating Celsius or Voyager. I have people on have interviews. Will I talk about my relationship with BlockFi? Sure, I'm happy to talk about it. And, you know, they sponsored the show for plus 3 years now. We take our sponsors very seriously. I talk through them with Danny. One of our sponsors is a Bitcoin casino. You know, we talked about this. Should we be doing this? You know, what about if people lose money on this? Well, I go to Vegas. I lose money all the time. Yeah. Like, you know, these aren't scams. They operate within the law, but they are things where you have to understand the trade-offs and the risk. If you want to have a gamble, I think everybody who gambles knows there's a risk of losing.
Yeah.
And I think most people these days know with something like BlockFi, you're handing over your private keys and there's a risk.
I'll tell you what I dislike about BlockFi is that like again, it's in the same space as like everything else in Bitcoin. I do not think that they are compensating you appropriately for the risk that you're taking on. And I think this market is proving it. Like, I don't know what they're giving now, 3% a year, 2% per year.
It depends on how much you hold, but yeah, let's say it is that.
And yet 2 weeks ago, they had to be bailed out and nearly went bankrupt.
Yeah, but they weren't in a situation where they might have gone bankrupt and not been able to return funds. Okay, their risk was a run on the bank, and what did they call it? What does he call it? It's to do with the time difference. Like they've got your Bitcoin that they hold and the Bitcoin they lend out. Okay, so they
they can't call all the loans in and they can't pay you.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
So they had
an inventory problem.
Yeah, an inventory problem and a liquidity problem, but it's not a problem where they've lost your funds, which appears to be the case with Celsius. It appears to be the case there's actually a black hole. and it doesn't appear to be the case.
Well, that's the thing. Like that's why they were able to find a buyer, right? Sam Bankman-Fried stepped in and he was like, "Well, this looks like these books balance." Right?
Yeah.
I'm sure Celsius's books do not balance.
And how much stress on the BlockFi system came from the contagion of other things, and maybe they do come out with stronger, and we get stronger products from that. My view on it is these are optional products. No one forces you to use it.
Correct.
And the risks are there, and you should and could be aware of them. I mean, we don't even advertise their yield at the moment, but it, it is a tricky one. I have thought about this. I've thought about it a lot. What is our responsibility here? With every one of our sponsors, how much responsibility do we have?
Yeah, I don't put a lot of I
we wrestle with it. Me and Danny talk about it a lot.
I never wrestled with it. Like with Bitcoin Uncensored, the reason we never took any money was because then we never had to wrestle with that question. And the reason we never wanted to wrestle with that question is this exact same, issue, right?
Yeah.
You got to wrestle with it. We never did. We also didn't make any money on Bitcoin Uncensored ever. That's the thing. Like it was never profitable. We just did it because it was fun.
Yeah. So we did, but we have 7 employees, and we have
you have a whole operation. We had nothing. It was Chris and me, and just fucking having fun. It was just a blast, and that's what I loved. That's what I loved about it. It was really fun to just do it, but it was also tedious and arduous, and there was never any money. It was just us just making content and just having fun. And I do think that is the difference. Like if you're running this as a business, it's a little different. Like we were able to do something that was a little bit more artistic, a little bit more journalistic, confusing to everybody, but sort of postmodern journalism. And I think it's very difficult for anybody else to do that. It's an era, it's a different type of thing. And I think nowadays people are here to they're building something a little different than we were.
Well, so there's another thing people have said was well, why don't you charge for the content? Why don't you do
Nobody
that?
Nobody buys
instead?
content.
Nobody does.
Nobody buys content. I've been in content for forever. No one buys content. It's not fair to ask.
Do you remember
it's never fair to ask.
Do you remember when we did? How many subscribers did we have for our content?
On Patreon?
No, not Patreon. When we had that email list.
Oh yeah.
The people who paid 12.
Yeah, I think it went from I think maybe 14 was our top.
14 is $60 a year.
Yeah, and of them, some of them were sponsors who had bought it anyway.
Yeah, so 14 at $60 a year, so that's 600.
People don't buy content.
$840.
Yeah. And that might change in the future, but people just don't. It's a very difficult pitch.
Yeah,
to make people buy content.
Very difficult. I subscribe to some content. There's a couple of podcasts I subscribe to. I don't know how well they do, but people won't subscribe to content. So the only model is the advertiser model. And then what are the rules? We have a very, I say we, I mean, I'm not going to put this on Danny. They're my rules. My rules is, are you a Bitcoin company? Or do you have a Bitcoin product? If you have a Bitcoin product, okay, you're considered. And the second one, will I use it or am I using it? So if you've got a Bitcoin product and I do or will use it, then I'm happy to sponsor you to be a sponsor. I use BlockFi, I use Gemini, I use Casa. If you go through our list of sponsors, I literally use all of them. And so it's very hard for me to say why would I not accept their sponsorship revenue for a product I would use? Now I've turned down stuff that I won't use or wouldn't use or don't use, and that's fine. And we've turned down a lot.
So we should talk about that because I think that ties into the DeFi.
Yeah.
I think that was what was interesting to me is in this cycle, in this growth, in this now we're in crypto winter. This is a time to reflect, a time to think back on the last year or a few months. And I think what was interesting to me was the number of Bitcoiners that I watched get sucked into things that they know are bullshit. The NFT stuff. For example, I have story after story of Bitcoiners who came up to people or me or others and were like, I have some NFTs and I love them, and you're just kind of sitting there programmers, people that know what these things are, they're literally receipts. And I would say to everybody, if you want to buy NFTs, I don't care. I don't find them to be scammy. I find them to be beanie babies. They're just collectibles and you're buying a receipt. That's it. It's a very dumb purchase, but right now, for some reason, there's prestige coming from it. So do it with irony, go forth. But there's a lot of Bitcoiners that were buying NFTs. And I think similarly, there were a lot of Bitcoiners that were enticed by the DeFi pitches. And I saw Novogratz, right? He's not a Bitcoiner. Novogratz has always had a love for Ethereum. I think it's because he was brought into the space by Joe Lubin. But he's always had kind of a love for Ethereum and Ethereum type products. He got a tattoo, a goddamn tattoo of Luna on
He's
his
got a
arm.
lot of tattoos now.
Yeah. Well, he's got to cover it up. You've got to like distract from the Luna tattoo he has. So he got a tattoo about Luna. It's a wolf howling at the moon. And I look at something like that, and I mean, he was not the only one who got enticed. I saw Bitcoiners left and right. I knew a guy up in Boca. This insane set of text messages. I messaged him the day that I went into PEGs. And I'll call him John. I go, John, are you still in DeFi? Because like I've been having dinners with John for months. And John had been telling me all of the DeFi shit he was in. And I was saying to him every time, like, you're gonna lose all your money. This is hot potato. You don't know when the music's gonna stop. It's just like it's over. You gotta get out. It's good now. Get the fuck out. He's like, oh, it's a long ways off. It's a long ways off. We'd have this discussion. It's always a long ways off. Nobody knows like when the market's gonna explode, and no one ever knows when it's gonna collapse. And when it collapses quick. When it explodes quick. It happens all the time. Here in this industry. And I've witnessed it. Like I thought I had more time to buy $7 Bitcoin, and then all of a sudden it was $800. So I asked him this. I was like, "Do you have some DeFi?" Something? He messaged me back. "Oh, nothing, not too much." He's like, "Just the safe stuff like Luna and a few others." And I'm like, "Oh, I guess he feels comfortable in these things, even though like Luna's clearly depegging weird." A week or two goes by. I don't see him. I message him back. "Hey, like, what's going on?" He messaged me back. He says, I've lost huge amounts. I've lost everything. Like, I was on vacation. I hadn't been watching the prices. I didn't know Luna was depegging. And this happened to a lot of people. This kind of thing, I think, like, people were really very comfortable sitting in their DeFi, not because they knew it wouldn't collapse, but because they really thought that, like, it had been up for months. And, like, this will not be the day. That seems to be like kind of
This will not be the day.
This will not be the day.
We've got one more
It's not
day.
going to be the day. I'm going to go on vacation. It won't be this week. I'm on vacation. I'll come back next week. Maybe it'll be next week. And that's the week it collapses. And they don't realize how quickly it collapses. Like Bitcoin Tina tells me this joke. A guy goes into a stockbroker and he's like, "Oh my God." And there's this thinly traded stock. And he goes, I want to buy this. And he buys it. And the stock price goes up $30. And he goes, "Oh my God, I've made so much money. I want to buy more." So he buys more and the price goes up $60. He's like, "Oh my God, I am so rich. I want to buy more." And he buys it and it goes up another $30. So, "Oh my God, this is crazy. Sell it all." And his stockbroker looks at him and says, "Sell to whom?" And I think that's like where everyone got caught, is they didn't realize that they were playing merry-go-round. They were playing like Ponzi, some sort of Ponzi game, and it ends at some point, and they don't know that, like, you never know when that's going to happen, and when it does, it's quick.
But also sometimes you think it's a dip and it's going to come back. Like I remember,
You convince yourself of that. That's bargaining.
Back in 2017, when I first got in, I traded at 32,000. I was up over $1 million in Bitcoin and various other shit coins. I remember I went to this place called Center Parks. It's a place in the UK. You go with your family, and it's like a bunch of cabins and a water park and activity. It's great. I went with my kids and my dad, and we're sat there, me and my dad, one night having a drink. I'm talking about how well it's gone. My dad said, "You know what you should do?" He said, "You get over $1 million here. Just take out half. You can go buy 2 or 3 houses, and that's your retirement. That's it. You're done." I was like, "Do you know what? That's a good idea." He's like, "You should do it." It's like, "All right, when I get back, I'll do it." Anyway, it gets back to January. I don't do it. And whatever the date was in January, boom, it drops. And there's like a 30% dip, I think. I can't remember exactly. I was like, well, I'll wait for the bounce and I'll do it. And the bounce never comes, and it just slowly goes all the way down.
This is the story of everybody in Bitcoin.
Yeah, I know. And I like it.
Do you know how many people told? I was talking to people when Bitcoin was at 60. They're like, I'm waiting for better prices. I'm gonna sell. And they waited until Bitcoin was at better prices, 20K. Better prices for me to buy it from them.
But you know what? This is the point now. This is why I don't care about price so much, because what I'd done in my head is I'd spent the money in my head. That money now enables this. I can do X, Y, Z. I don't do that anymore. I have an income. This podcast, I have an income, and that pays for my mortgage and my kids to go on holiday and do my shopping. And very occasionally when I want to do something a little bit different, like get my dad a car, sold a little bit of Bitcoin.
Do you remember the Dogecoin millionaire?
Oh man. Yeah.
So he just did a video called "I Regret Everything."
Yeah, I bet he does.
And he talks about, he's like, if I did it again, like he talks about his commitment to the community and the commitment to it going to $1. And first of all, I like have critiques of this ideology of like I'm gonna hodl till it goes to $1. Like Dogecoin's a shit coin; it has no use. Stop. Tim Pool, stop talking about it as a like dollar alternative to Bitcoin. Is
that what Tim Pool's talking about?
When Doge was rising, Tim Pool was saying that Doge was going to be the daily transactional currency, and Bitcoin would be the savings. And I was like, I heard that from him. I started hearing that like rhetoric from others, and like the Dogecoin millionaire, he was on a similar boat, and people talking about Doge to $1 million. Or Doge to $1. And it's interesting to me because, if everyone's waiting for Doge to $1, I'll just ask you, what happens at $1?
Well, it's not reached it.
Well, let's say it hits $1. What happens then?
Everyone sells.
Everyone sells. Everyone knows we're going Doge to $1. It's like an orchestrated pump.
Should probably sell at 70 cents.
Yeah, exactly. When Doge hits 70 cents, you're like, well, everyone else is going to sell at $1. I'll front run that. Like, I'll buy it back at 30 cents, whatever. But he held it, and he felt like it was a responsibility of his. And he talks about, he's like, well, if I did it again, I'd probably sell $1 million and hold on to 2. And, he'd have $1 million cash. He'd probably put it back into Doge, but he'd have a lot more Doge now. But like, I think people don't realize that is an option, that you can take some off the table. And it's okay to do things like buy a house or buy a car, buy the things that you need, like live your fucking life. Stop being in purgatory. The purgatorial idea that I get with like Bitcoiners, like they're sitting in Clubhouse, they're sitting in other places, they're looking at content. They're fucking in purgatory, waiting for the price to go up. And I don't know. The problem with that is that you never know. You don't have a number in your head as to like when it's okay to like walk into heaven.
But that's why don't ever have a number anymore.
I'm with you.
The Bitcoin I have sits there, and very occasionally I dip into it. And when
you need it.
No, I don't need it. No, there are things I want in. Bitcoin will only ever be for things I want in life or a rainy day fund.
Okay.
Say this goes to shit, I get cancelled, whatever. Okay, I'm gonna have to make some tough decisions in life. What's the new career? But hopefully that doesn't happen. Therefore, it's only ever there for the wants. My needs are covered by my salary, my mortgage, my holidays, kids' needs. That's all covered, right? There are times when I want something. Like I wanted to get my dad a car. So I sold some Bitcoin and bought my dad a car.
Nice.
Next summer, I might go, do you know what? I want to take my kids on a safari, holiday of a lifetime. I can't afford it with my salary. I'll sell a bit of Bitcoin.
Well, notably, like, when did you, like, you sold the Bitcoin? How much was Bitcoin when you sold it?
For my dad's car?
For your dad's car.
That was at a decent price, wasn't it? If you think historically now.
I mean, what's interesting to me is that, like, for every story of, like, a Rasa, where he sold Bitcoin to buy a car, and that car now would be, like, $2 billion or something like that.
Well, so I sold half a Bitcoin to buy my son a car, and that car was £20,000.
There's equally...
So whatever £40,000 was, I sold half a Bitcoin. And for my dad, it wasn't long before there. So both of those near high prices.
So there's an equal number of stories of people who bought Bitcoin and sold at higher prices when they bought their car. And now that car would have, that they've made money on that, right?
That car's a store of value.
Yeah. It's like, and they can buy the Bitcoin back.
But the point being,
it's very interesting to me that these things happen. Like Bitcoin, this is why I advocate like people living their lives and like taking a little off the table, like as things go up, just like put it into, fiat alternatives, put it into the total stock market. I'm a strong believer that like, as the economy of Bitcoin develops, we're going to see more and more Bitcoin companies do things like enter the stock market, enter like the traditional financial markets. Fidelity will soon expose itself to Bitcoin. Vanguard will have Bitcoin exposure. All of these companies will have Bitcoin exposure. I think Vanguard's not public. I think Fidelity, public they are here. But a lot of these companies will have Bitcoin exposure, whether it's MSTR, whether it's Tesla, whether it's whatever company it is, Walmart, I don't know. So as that happens, like Bitcoin starts to get integrated into sort of the global economy very naturally and starts to reflect in like market returns. And I can't wait for that day. I think that's a really amazing day to come. But I just do, to me, it's like a very slow process. And I think that's probably where like Bitcoin will go, is like very integrated into the economy every day. And that's probably also where like Bitcoin sort of levels out and flattens and stops with this like ridiculous volatility.
Well, that would be a good day, I think.
Wouldn't it?
I actually, well, because when you, like I said, I went to that point where I don't really care about price too much anymore. I don't want my Bitcoin to, capitulate and be worth nothing. But I'm happy where I'm at.
I don't think you have. I think you're at this place, and I'm certainly like that's. I think we both don't think that's a possibility that it'd be worth nothing.
But what I mean is like now I care about the use case of Bitcoin, and a more stable Bitcoin makes it become more usable for people around the world. The people you talked about who need it. And for me, if we get the closer we get to that point, the better. Sadly, I don't think we will be there. I'm just wondering what is the next bull cycle crazy shit that's gonna. I
think they've geared it right up. I think metaverse is probably coming. I think this next
metaverse
cycle
collapse.
Of metaverse obsession, like.
The metaverse doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. They're going to try, though. They're going to push it. And, I think I was reading, I don't know how true this is, but I was reading on on Reddit, our Ethereum. And they were saying that I guess Polygon has been included in some, Disney program.
Was that not a troll?
It might be a troll. I wouldn't be surprised.
You want about that was some kind of accelerator program?
Yeah, that was the claim. It might be a troll. Might be a complete lie.
I thought that was a joke.
Might be a complete joke. Might be a complete lie. But that's the sort of thing we're going to start seeing in the next cycle. Is this metaverse application. All the metaverse applications going nuts. I don't even understand what it would mean to have Polygon in an accelerator program, right? It doesn't make sense.
A lot of people are reporting on it. I don't know if it's true.
Oh yeah.
I assumed it was a joke.
I don't know what it means. Who's in the Polygon is a decentralized product, right? Or do they have a specific team? Is it a company?
You go pull up.
Look at that.
Matic surges as Disney choose Polygon for accelerator program. The Ethereum scaling tool is one of 6 companies selected by the media and entertainment giant to be part of its program to develop AR, NFT, and AI experiences. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, it sounds real though.
Well, it's on CoinDesk.
Must be real. Yeah, I don't know.
But that to me is coming. I wouldn't be surprised if that just kind of gets. It seems like they're queuing that up. They're putting the little ball on the tee and getting ready to drive that. That'll be as dumb as every other one. It'll involve a combination of every scam we've seen before in the space. This is like a stew. Every single time we pump, the witches get there and they brew the next one. They just add another thing to it. So they'll add metaverse to the previous scams. It'll be an ICO plus NFT plus, metaverse plus, whatever fucking scams have come before. And it's just, it's a little enervating, but it's also very funny to me because as well as I do that this next cycle is going to be filled with people that come in, tell us that we're stupid, that we don't see the innovation.
We're not open-minded.
They're the ones that see the innovation. We're boomers. Even though, which is always ironic because I'll be accused every time these pump of not being the one to see the innovation. Meanwhile, I'm like, you guys made fun of me when I was playing with Bitcoin early on. You guys missed the innovation. These are not the people that come later to these pumps. They are not the innovators. They are not the people that saw innovation early on in this space. That's super interesting to me.
Let's go to Art Basel and hang out with them.
Gladly. They're interesting people. There's the artists. The artist that showed up to this space really was, to me, very interesting.
I find it hard to criticize them, even though I criticize the technology. When an artist comes along and somehow is able to forge a career and actually be able to create more art, I'm kind of like, fuck it, go on. Then.
What's funny is I don't mind that. I don't mind when they NFTs for me were interesting because to me it was just literally prestige. That's what people were buying. I get it, fine. Damien Hirst seemed to know that right away. Damien Hirst, I think, made a lot of money playing the game, doing what Damien Hirst does, and knowing that these are essentially worthless receipts. Other artists, I think, made some money and anticipated that the NFT revolution was going to be something that would carry them on into the future, not the pump and dump cycle that it was. I think the people that come out best from the NFTs are people like Gary Vaynerchuk. They're not artists. They're not interesting. And they saw it exactly for what it was. And they got here and they did it with all the irony. And they understood that this was a short-lived, very quick cash grab.
Those fucking drawings he was saying.
Yeah, the squigglies.
Find his drawings.
No, we got to talk about that. Show them. They're so funny.
Listen, you probably don't know. I collect sneakers with all trainers.
Oh, yeah,
I collect
that
them
doesn't
like
surprise me.
rare pairs. I've got like 200
pepes?
rare pairs. I've got Dunk Londons where there's only like 200.
Dunk Londons?
Dude, these trainers, they only made 202 of them. I bought them like 15 years ago. But it's almost like an addiction buying them.
There's a lot of Bitcoiners that collect sneakers.
Yeah.
I've learned this in this space.
But fundamentally, I know I can wear them, but I don't wear them because I destroyed the value. So fundamentally, what's the difference between that and an NFT?
No, there isn't. This is what I've always said. Collectibles are not scams. Collectibles are collectibles.
Yeah.
And if you want to collect receipts, the thing about collectibles is they have their time in the sun. I've seen this numerous times. This is why I think the tulip bubble is the most uninteresting bubble to compare anything else after it to. Because the tulip bubble fundamentally is a collectibles bubble. It's not an economics bubble. Fundamentally, it was about collecting individual types of tulips, right? The Augustus Semper, for example. And I don't even know if there's enough evidence that it even existed, but that was fundamentally what the tulip bubble was about, was collecting. So it was a collector's bubble, if it existed. I don't think that you get any economic lessons from collecting prestige items. I don't think there's anything there. Maybe there's a solution to why markets bubble and don't, and collapse, maybe. But there's no information there. So when the NFT stuff happened, I was like, whatever. There's nothing different between my Beanie Baby collection, your sneaker collection.
Have you got a Beanie Baby collection?
Oh, fuck yeah. Go look it up in the Financial Times. You can bring it up.
You've actually got it?
Yeah. Yeah, I got a nice
What do
Beanie
I need
Baby
to search in
collection.
the Financial
John
Times?
Seth Financial Times. Beanie Babies. Probably just Financial Times Beanie Babies. It's not like they write about them often.
Do they still have value? Do people still collect them?
To me?
No, do people still collect them?
Yeah, people do. There's a very small community of us.
Do you have any particularly rare ones that are highly valuable?
I have them all.
What do you mean you have them all?
I have all the rare ones. I have Humphrey the camel, Peanut the royal blue elephant, Digger the orange crab, Lizzie the tie-dye lizard, Steg.
Is this the Gary Vee stuff? I've got no idea about this.
What's that?
That looks very Gary V-ish. They might have been dumber than that. Those look too well drawn.
It's
to be
called
Gary
V
V
frames.
Why would you? So that's essentially $12,000.
Yeah.
Look at that fucking. What is that? Is that a cat? Is that
Well, and it's probably been listed there since ETH was like 3K.
But people buy these, yeah.
Yeah, Gary V literally listed these things.
Crazy.
And I think these look very Gary V-ish. Some of them look very complicated.
They look like drawings either a child does or somebody on drugs.
Yeah, Gary V.
We had him on the show once.
Did you?
Twice.
Yeah. I knew him he used to go to a lot of the conferences I was at. And this is before he was really famous. He was doing the wine show back then.
Yeah. The wine show was cool.
Yeah, it was great.
Fair play to him.
He's turned into a Tony Robbins-ish type guy.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird to know that guy turned
Do
into
not
that.
give your kids pocket money. They will never learn the value of money.
Are you trying to do an impression? You just sound like an English guy.
Well, I am an English guy. I was doing the.
There you go. That's a lot of my beanies right there.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's Rex, Bronte, Steg, Waddle. So
how many do you have?
Oh, many more than that. A lot of these are not necessarily rare. I buy them in lots, and I get about 10 emails a day, 5 to 10 emails a day, people asking me to help value their collections, of which I rarely see anything valuable. It's very interesting.
I like the last line in this article.
Josh is now a collector of Bitcoin. Yeah, a little denigrating. But yeah, this is. It's interesting to me because I don't think there's anything wrong with collecting. I think that NFTs were fine. I think that collecting in general is just a kind of interesting thing to do. And generally, when collectibles have their time in the sun, you're just buying prestige, right? I remember when when Beanie Babies, to me they're the same. When Beanie Babies were being collected by people would go. And they would say things like, I have Humphrey the Camel. It's an early 1993, one of the original, one of the first few sets. And this thing that's worth $800 today. By the time you're in college, it'll probably pay for your college. And I remember people saying that very seriously. And for me, the reason I collect them is as this very important reminder to myself that none of this shit is valuable. None of it. Nothing's valuable. Prestige is temporary. When the NFT stuff happened, I watched it and I was like, this is temporary. It has to be because this is just a prestige buy.
Well, I hope it isn't with sneakers. I actually have no one to share that.
The sneakers?
Yeah, because I don't know anyone else who collects them.
Here's how you can know whether something's a prestige buy. The people that are making the product are they taking in exchange for the production of the product money, or are they taking the product, the past like production of the product in exchange? Like,
I don't understand the question. Sorry.
can I buy a Beanie Baby with another Beanie Baby, or do you want money for it? If the company wants money, then it's very likely that they think that the money is more valuable than the Beanie Baby.
Well, but we're talking about Nike.
Yes, Nike wants money.
Yeah, but they're not gonna. They don't want the sneakers.
Of course not. But that's what I'm saying is like, if it's like sneakers collectability, like they make literal collectible sneakers, right?
Yeah.
The people at Nike are probably collecting those. Ty Warner didn't want more Beanie Babies. He wasn't like, look, I mean, Beanie Babies are inherently valuable. I'm Ty Warner. Give me all of the Humphrey Camels in the world, and I'm going to pay for every kid's college in the future. No, he was like, give me the cash. It's $6. I'll take it, please.
I think for Nike, there's a couple of things going on here. Firstly, they've realized that by releasing something that's rare, there's a demand, but they don't tend to release things. You still, if you're a first round buyer, you're still paying $150 a pair.
Yeah.
They're not releasing rare ones and charging thousands of dollars, right?
No.
So, but for them, there's a brand thing going on.
But also there's collectibles. Like there's people that are wanting those things.
Yeah.
I mean, the same thing with like Lamborghini. Like if you look at the Lamborghini profits, like look at the Lamborghini profits. That's the most astounding thing about Lamborghini. If you want a car, if you want to get the most car for your money, buy a Lambo. And you can know that because you can look at their profits. They make like $5 million a year. It's like astoundingly low. They give you a car that is worth the car. It's probably $150,000 car. It's probably got $135,000 worth of tech in it. You know, maybe more.
Should get a Lambo.
Yeah, but like that's the thing. Like these collectibles are collectibles. Like they are, you know, like a Beanie Baby. I'm buying like a collectible thing. If I go to Ty Warner, he's not going to buy all the Humphreys back. He's going to keep his money, and he's going to like run his Four Seasons hotels in Chicago.
Yeah.
He wants cash. And that's the thing with the NFTs is like CryptoPunks wasn't taking like past CryptoPunks for CryptoPunks. They were taking money. They wanted your ETH.
Cool.
They found the ETH more valuable than the CryptoPunks. They were giving up the CryptoPunks, their dumb drawings,
But doesn't
in
every
exchange.
But isn't that the case for every artist? Every artist wants the money for the art they're creating.
Well, eventually when artists become... There's a purpose to that initially, right? Like the artists, for example, will take the cash for the money. Most artists don't become like very like incredibly wealthy in their own lifetime. That might
Most don't become even moderately comfortable.
Yes. Very few. Maybe Jeff Koons might be a good example. Hearst is another good example. Damien Hirst. But artists, like, they sell early because they have people that want their art. You know, they're selling to get them on the walls. Maybe they catch the eye of a really big collector. Like, they're playing their own game. But later on in the career of an artist, yeah, the art becomes like sort of like if you were to say like, hey, Damien, look, I have this piece. It's honestly, it's like your first piece, but I prefer this new piece that you just made. Can I exchange it? He'd probably be like, yeah, absolutely. I'll take that piece in exchange.
Yeah, but there are people who own sneakers who will trade for sneakers.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that collectibles, like individual collectors, might trade for like things. Like there are people I find Beanie Babies very interesting. I will trade among like other collectors of Beanie Babies for Beanie Babies.
Okay.
But my point is like the company that's making them, Ty Warner, they want cash. They want the money. They're trying to give like they're kind of like the Federal Reserve of Beanie Babies. And this idea that like these collectibles are going to go to $1 million, or that they're going to be like collectible for more than like, you know, every collector's item has its 15 minutes of fame essentially.
Well, so this is why I'm okay with the sneakers then, because we're like 20 years in now.
Yeah,
and they're going up. Get up StockX. I want to show you some of those.
I'd love to, but sneakers are a little different because like again like when what happens with collectibles is they happen. And then there's like this like later on cycle where people who like are a bit nostalgic about it will come back to them. Sneakers actually have some utility as well, which is a little different than other collectibles. But
yeah, but the utility destroys the value.
Yes, of course. But yeah, like I think that like sneakers, other things, like they have this nostalgic thing, and sometimes like a market actually, you know, shows up around it, and there's enough people that have nostalgia.
You've literally done the search I was going to tell you to do, didn't you? You've done the dunk search. So I tell you, so the ones I most want are those third ones, the pigeons. Staple.
Look at that.
Yeah, is that Australian dollars?
Yeah.
Okay, so
you can afford that.
No. So I tell you, that was interesting. So they only made 150 pairs of those, and
really?
They were released at this store in Brooklyn. The day they came out, there was a literal riot, and I remember them going up on eBay afterwards, and you could get a pair for about $4,000 or $5,000. I was like, fuck that. I'm not
Now
paying
you wish
that.
you did.
Yeah, of course. Look at it now. What's that? What's 71,000?
I'm gonna get it up in
But
US dollars.
this is the thing. This is the thing, Peter. Like, there's enough people collecting sneakers, enough people doing it, that like it actually like can maintain a value. There's a lot of people doing that. Beanies, there's like 300 of us maybe, you know. But sneakers, there's thousands of people who like continually want to collect.
Here you go.
Yeah,
For
there's
$48,000.
I think, and also I think fashion's very different. Like sneakers are fashion,
Yeah.
right? Purses are fashion. It's not like the Hermes purse. The Birkin bag has like disappeared from the market.
So those Dunk Londons I've got, I bought them on the initial release.
The top, upper left.
No, middle left, the blue one.
Oh, the 24K ones.
Yeah, I bought them for £120.
120. Oh, wow.
120.
You like showed up and they.
No, I bought them online. They were meant to be released, but I'm like addicted to. I've got those Zoo Yorks. I'm addicted to buying these.
Well, I think sneakers have a long time in them. And by the way, all you're doing is inventorying them for like Jay-Z, who's eventually going to buy them and wear them.
You can buy the whole set. Well, my son's like, they're gonna be mine one day, aren't they? And I'm like, yeah, they can.
I'm gonna put them on my feet. I'm like, okay.
I'm like, you can't fucking wear them.
No, but I think fashion's fundamentally different than like most collector stuff
Yeah.
because like fashion has, like I said, the Hermes Birkin bag. It's not. It doesn't have the same fervor around it. Like I don't know that sneakers have the same fervor that Beanie Babies did. Do you remember beanies?
No, I remember, but there was a real hype cycle on it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like these collector's items are like marked by this hype cycle.
But I think the difference is people felt a need to get Beanie Babies, even though they weren't into it, because they thought it was. They're like shit
Women
coins.
were punching each other in Macy's to get Beanie Baby. Like they wanted, I want Spooky the ghost with the curved mouth instead of the pointy mouth because I don't have it yet. And so like they buy like 16, like these collections people are sending me, Peter. They have like 32 Princess Beanie Babies or 100
But
like
let me
piece
ask you,
beanies.
did they buy these purely because they thought they were going to make money? And
Yes.
they're like, yeah. So
Well, why do you buy 100? Why do you buy 100 Garcias? You know, why do you buy 100 piece beanies? Why would you buy 100 of them?
But I'm not buying these because I think I'm going to make money. I don't go get them and go, fuck that. In 10 years, I'll be worth $6,000.
You buy them because you like them.
I like the
Yes.
collection. I'm glad. I'm thinking about the display.
But that's the same as art collecting, right? Like,
Yeah.
Again, to your point about art, there's never there's not going to ever be a fervor over Damien Hirst. However, when Damien Hirst is an NFT and he's selling lots of shit for $50, originals, there might be a fervor, right? So like,
I actually for Damien Hirst, has he actually done that?
yeah,
Yeah, because I find that a bit gross.
Yeah.
That to me devalues other Damien Hirst work.
But hasn't all his art?
he's a
been
billionaire.
marketing,
He doesn't give a shit. But yeah, like to me, like the fervor around something, it's very unique. Collectibles for me are very like obvious when they come about. I see them and I think to myself like, oh, it's a collectible. Like this market will last X number of, and I always hear the same things in collectible markets. People declare that like this collectible market's different than other collectible markets. This collectible market's going to pay for my kid's college. This collectible market is X. This collectible market is Y. And it's always the exact same. And meanwhile, every collectible market that I've ever seen in my entire life, every single one, collapses. And you have a couple of things that remain valuable to like the nostalgia collectors, and everything else goes to $5.
So what's the lesson, Joseph?
Buy in
Money man.
NFTs. No, I mean I think the lesson is that that your shit doesn't matter. Value is the only commodity that matters. Bitcoin is not a collectible, right? I don't think. And you should be very wary of attaching yourself to things. The DeFi stuff, I think you should be very wary of attaching yourself to high returns. I think that you should accept that you don't deserve the money or the wealth that you have. I think that you don't deserve that. And very thankful if you happen to be lucky enough to be wealthy or to have even your basic needs taken care of.
Good finish, man.
Yeah.
Right, that's a wrap for Miami. We're done. John Seth, great way to finish off, man.
Nice.
Always
Love to
appreciate
be
you.
here. I'm glad you're in my neck of the woods. I hope that you guys come back someday.
We will come back. We will come back many times, and we'll always see you and always talk to you.
Good.
It's always a pleasure having you on the show. Love you, dude.
Sing us out,
man.
Joseph.
Yeah, love you guys.
Oh, sing us out, bro.
All right. I think we're doing a Christmas song, right? Or are we doing something else?
We do
No,
some
we
Justin
got the
Timberlake.
Christmas song locked. What's that?
We do some Justin Timberlake.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know any Justin Timberlake.
I sing us some.
You do a little Backstreet Boys?
When they're
As
playing,
long as you love me.
dude, we're going to New York tomorrow, and they're playing in New York.
We're not going to watch
Jeremy,
Really?
Jeremy really wants to go.
As long as you love me by the Backstreet. That's the only like pop song I remember.
Jeremy's like, can we go, please? He wants to get a T-shirt and everything.
Oh, really? Backstage pass?
Yeah. Yeah, we're not
You're
going.
not going to do it?
Backstage pass, we're not going.
I can't even believe they still exist as a band.
They probably look like shit.
Not as bad. Well, Hanson's a band. You know Hanson?
Bop,
Yeah.
bop, ba, do. You know
Isn't
them.
it weird? Isn't it strange? How we all feel a little bit weird sometimes. That's all I remember of Hanson.
All right, we're out of whiskey. We gotta
All right,
finish.
guys.
All right, bro.
Good night.
Boom.
Everyone has to know what the Fed is doing. The Fed has become ubiquitous, handsy as some politicians we know. It has become like the referee in a football game. So when you get to know the name of the umpire or the referee, you know that umpire or referee is not doing his or her job right. If you have to, that person is supposed to be invisible. The game is a thing, right? And not the rules.
Hi, everyone. I'm utterly delighted to be here with today's guest, Jim Grant. Jim, it's lovely to see you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, it is lovely to be here, William.
Thank you. I wanted to start by asking you about your early years. You had a somewhat unusual early life. As I understand it, you came from a very musical family, and it looked like you were poised to become a French horn star, and
Yes.
were going off to college in Ithaca. And then something changed rather dramatically. Can you talk about those early years, if possible?
Yes, my father was a Juilliard-trained timpanist. He played the kettle drums in the Pittsburgh Symphony. My mother played this, and then World War II came along, and he came back from it. And he and my mother presented the world with my brother and me. And my father at length turned to business to make a living. And I, for my part, became enchanted with the horn. You know, Dennis Brain was the great reigning virtuoso. He was a Brit. And I resolved to become Dennis Brain. And also the first baseman for the Brooklyn Dodgers, then and a dairy farmer, and a naval officer. And succeeded at actually none of those things. The highest rating I attained in the Navy was gunner's mate 3rd class. But I devoted many hours a day to practice, well, 2 or 3, and it was quite serious. And for the French horn players listening, William, I attempted.
There are so many of them, Jim. That's one of our biggest demographics, I think.
I attempted the Strauss 2nd concerto, not the first, mind you, but the 2nd. And rather butchered it. And but I was not quite good enough, I think, to have been a really top flight professional. And it was either for that reason or others that I joined the Navy when I was the day after I was 17. It was the Naval Reserve. I was still in high school. This committed me to 2 years active duty and 4 years reserve duty. And I wanted something, evidently, at the age of 17 that had nothing to do with the horn or even with women. And that something was, I guess, adventure and patriotism. And I admired my father's World War II, so he was a naval officer and served aboard attack transports. Oh, once my father was censoring the enlisted man's mail. They were at the Battle of Leyte Gulf. And he reads the following: Dear Mother, if you knew where I was, Podlasky, is that any way to write your mother? Well, sir, she would. All right, so I wanted some of that life as well, and it did indeed live it for a time. So I went to college for 1 whole semester before I chose to go on active duty. This was in 1965. And served for a couple of years as gunner's mate aboard the USS Hornet, which was an aircraft carrier.
And this is
Now a
during the
museum.
Vietnam War, right? So
Right,
you were,
correct.
am I right in thinking that you were off the coast of Vietnam?
For a time, yeah. Yep,
What-
that's where we were.
I mean, I know you wrote to me yesterday sort of saying something along the lines of my personal story lacks the heroic element. But as I was saying to you, when I was 19 or 18, I was at boarding school kind of throwing darts at a friend of mine and, you know, pouring milk on this carpet that was said to be waterproof to see if I could make a swimming pool. You know, so I wasn't doing anything very heroic at all. So I wanted to get a sense of what you were
well, we were our ship was an anti-submarine carrier. We specialized in helicopters and in fixed-wing aircraft that would pursue and sink Soviet subs. So the enemy was not actually the Soviet Union, although at one remove it certainly was. But the Vietnamese Navy, happily for us, was then undeveloped. So we mostly steamed off the coast. The air crews were certainly in great danger. We were not. So, you know, we would refuel our destroyer escorts. We would hand off ammunition to them. They would go and bombard the coast. But it was mostly quite routine, as I say. I never got shot at, nor did we fire a shot. Once we encountered a Soviet freighter off the coast of Haiphong, and we gave him the middle finger. So that was a kind of an offensive gesture. We saw Vietnamese fishing boats, which had the biggest radios. Nice people, but big radios. Yeah, it was definitely a war, but as I said, we were... I guess I was to the Vietnam War as the residents of Scarsdale were to the New York City urban crisis, near it, but not in it.
And three of your comrades, if I remember right, Gunner's mates, went back for something like 4 years on swift boats to get shot at, and you didn't, right? You decided
I did not.
You had enough.
I wanted to go to college, but Gunner's mates Von Essen and Wicks and Simpson, three wonderful characters. Re-enlisted for 4 years for the privilege serving on swift boats and indeed getting shot at and shooting, and full of admiration for them. Yeah, so I lost touch with them over the years, as one does, and I attempted to get back in touch with them on the occasion of an exhibit that the New York Historical Society was putting on about the Vietnam War. And wouldn't you know it, two of the I couldn't come up with Wicks's forwarding address, but two of the three friends I had just died prior to this thing. It's kind of sad. One of them, Dale E. Simpson, Gunner's mate, third class, was in fact a storybook character. He was forever getting into trouble, but in the way you want a fighting man to get into trouble. He was absent without leave. He was overstayed liberty in the Philippines, and came aboard late and was deathly hungover and watched with the saddest countenance as the ship pulled away from the pier, and he watched his unclaimed laundry recede into the distance. Anyway, so they went to Vietnam and I did not.
And I remember you saying he spent something like 2 weeks in the equivalent of solitary confinement.
Oh, he was, yeah. One time he really, as they say, missed movement, which was used to be a capital offense in wartime, but no longer. So what happened? So he was flown aboard the ship, which is kind of a cool thing. He landed in a plane aboard the carrier, and got a kind of not a hero's welcome by everyone, kind of a villain's welcome from the authorities. And was given what was called captain's mast, which is a form of judicial inquiry, and sentenced to like 2 or 3 weeks or a month in the brig. And he was the best and toughest prisoner the Marines ever had. So he was our John McCain.
That's great.
He was our John McCain. Yeah.
So Jim, how did that period of early service in your life actually either shape you in terms of your values and your character, or just reflect your values and character, which seem to have been adopted to some degree from your father, who you obviously
I think both. It's certainly. So I got out after 2 years, and I worked a little between discharge and my return to college. But when I did return to college, the privilege of study the unimagined principle of the unimagined gift of study and solitude. even on an aircraft carrier, you can never be alone, really. So these the privileges and the gifts of return to college, I think it allowed me to have the kind of college experience that middle-aged people could have if they could do it all over again. I returned a couple of years older than my classmates at Indiana University, and I could see that they didn't cherish what they were doing the same way I did.
Yeah, I think I blew my college experience because I was young for my year anyway, because I was born in August, and I was done with Oxford by the time I was 20, which was just about the time when I was mature enough to start appreciating that I was there.
You must have had like an Edward Gibbon experience, right? Unsupervised and
yeah, and I'd been at boarding school where you had total supervision and no freedom at all, and then suddenly I was and brilliant teaching, and then suddenly I was at Oxford and had the freedom to wake up at 11, and so I think I went to something like one lecture in 3 years. Although I did read an enormous amount, so it was I mean I really read a tremendous amount, so it was good in that sense. But that's interesting. So you had this kind of intensity and seriousness by the time you were studying economics at Indiana University, and then I think you studied international relations at Columbia, but somewhere along the line there, if I'm right in thinking, you got a summer job on Wall Street, didn't you? And I'm curious to know.
Oh yes,
that early experience taught you.
Very formative thing. I got a job on Wall Street, and I got in the Navy in early February, and I got a job soon thereafter at a firm called McDonnell and Company on Wall Street. And I earned, instead of $75 a month, I earned $75 a week. It's fabulous. And however, I was by far the lowliest employee in this room of what we call institutional salesmen, people who were stockbrokers for banks and insurance companies. Like they all earned $100,000 a year, which was not such a small sum today, but a quite magnificent one in 1967. So I could almost smell the money. I decided I liked it, and I liked the markets, and so I by that time I had resolved to return to college. I went to Indiana, which was a mecca of kind of a state conservatory. It was a very good school, especially for horn players. Oh, as I drove back from the West Coast to the East Coast upon my discharge from the Navy in Long Beach, California, I stopped by Indiana and I announced to one of the virtuosi, I said, I have been accepted as a horn player. And he said, oh, really? I never have been. And that was such a deflating little, and I think that's what put me off music. Anyway, I came back and chose economics on the strength of my 6 or 7 or 8 months, whatever it was, at McDonnell and Company.
And do you think there was some sense in which you saw either from your summer job or your 6 to 8 months on Wall Street, and from your experience studying at Indiana University, that there was a big difference between your image of what was actually going on in the trenches on Wall Street and the reality, which presumably was pretty unsalubrious at the time and not that intellectually rigorous? What did you discover? What did you see that kind of informed your skepticism and cynicism about Wall Street that marks a lot of your journalism?
Well, the skepticism and cynicism about Wall Street was I attained that gradually and by degree. I was quite open-eyed in Indiana, and what I mostly imbibed in my economic study at Indiana was the history of economic thought, which then was a very serious subspecialty in economics. It's no longer taught. Everything happened 15 minutes ago, as far as the economists today are concerned, which is in part how I make my living, is by recalling episodes that people have put out of mind. A professor named Scott Gordon, who taught a history of economic thought, which I just loved. And there were others as well who introduced me to some of these ideas.
So did you come out of that experience with abiding principles from, say, the Austrian economists?
Not then. That came rather later. But I came out with a fairly good grounding in the the principal thinkers of economic theory. And the course was, now that I look back on it, was rather heavy on Keynesianism and monetarism. Milton Friedman was one of the demigods. Certainly, Keynes was in the forefront. And I've come to see the clay feet of both economists and both set of acolytes. The convictions that I have since adopted concerning free markets and the so-called Austrian approach, we didn't talk about what that actually is. That came a little bit later.
So then you got a job. I think your first real job in journalism was at the Baltimore Sun on the financial desk.
Yes.
And then went
no,
to...
the first it was covering police and fires and writing obituaries. That was the.
But then you got demoted to cover the financial world,
right? Well, it was by far the least prestigious post in the paper. There was a certain amount of fake daring do about covering crime. Although, you've heard, I'm sure your listeners heard about a show called The Wire. Famous.
I was at high school with Don West, who played McNulty. He was a close friend of mine back in those days. Yeah.
Well, anyway, I was a reporter who supposedly knew something about crime. I had no idea any of this was going on. I must have seemed to the criminals of the city of Baltimore the most pure, innocent.
Were you walking along the mean streets wearing your bow tie, Jim, back in those days?
I was thinking, what a peaceful city. So
I have a lot more to say. I just want to, I have a lot more to say, and I want that to be clear. But what I said in the video that I filmed before I started this stream is that I never wanted to address this. I don't want to talk about this because I have always respected the individuals that have been a part of the mob. I've always had a lot of love for these guys, even when there were tweets from Frosty a couple months ago. You shake it off, keep it moving. He's a young kid, whatever. Frosty, Mako, and Classy haven't said anything on social, so I hate the fact that they're even getting brought into this. But if you're going to come to the table with all these facts, I need to make sure that you all understand that we weren't taking advantage of these individuals. Okay, this 95% is not true. All right? So let's go back. I want to talk about some more of these things. And I'm sorry if this is all sort of all over the place. Like I told you, I think the video would have been better. And maybe I'm a little rusty, but at least I know I'm getting the truth out. So we talked a little bit about the money, but now let's talk about the opportunity with the mob, right? So the entire idea, the entire thesis that we bring these guys over to, I forgot to mention, we bumped their salaries up to $3,000 the next year, the second year that we renewed their contract. And I'll talk about that in a minute too. The entire thesis was we bring the mob around other creators. We bring them around 100 Thieves. We give them a platform to be themselves and hopefully grow and have an opportunity to be full-time gaming creators. Because that's what we thought that their goal was. So we sign them. We make the announcement. They get to LA. And this is the tough part because I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, okay? But back in the day, I talked about Optic, I talked about FaZe. I've seen this happen so many times since I started on YouTube. A lot of times people will join a team like FaZe or they'll join a team like Optic and they'll have the realization that I made it. I made all the videos I needed to make to finally join this team. They've accepted me. I'm a part of it. And then they take the foot off the gas pedal. Okay, it has happened with, more creators that I can even think about right now. I can barely hold a thought in my fucking head. So, I'm not making any assumptions of what happened with the mob after we signed them and brought them over. Okay? And I don't want to bring the other individuals that are a part of the mob into this, but the proof is in the pudding, guys. I had thought that we were giving them a big opportunity, okay? From individuals that were averaging just a couple hundred viewers, if not lower some days, having them be a part of a tier 1 organization like 100 Thieves. I thought, on top of the fact that we brought them out to LA and we moved 4 best friends into a home together, I thought that this could only be productive. This could only be, you know, the perfect situation and scenario for all of these guys. They didn't work. They didn't make videos. They didn't stream. They got here, and we'll never know why it is that it panned out the way that it did. But if you really want to go look at stats, and you really want to look at the work that was done while we're bringing these deals in, while we're paying these salaries, and while we're supporting them as much as we can with the employees that we have, the resources that we've created for ourselves, and the platform that we have built along with our community, that mentality that we had back in the day where you eat what you kill, they weren't uploading. And you know, 6 months into this relationship, a lot of our staff who haven't come from, you know, the world of content and esports and the organizations that I've seen and go and were a part of back in the day, they were frustrated. They wanted to move away from the mob after the first year, and they were talking about it 6 months before the rest of the term was even done. It was a headache for them to deal with, trying to get them to do things, trying to, you know, they would go to the content house where the mob was living. They'd get there an hour before the shoot, and the place was an absolute mess, and the production team had to clean it up, and they would be there for hours and hours later than they should have been, because there wasn't any accountability. Nobody was uploading. Nobody was making videos. Okay, and that killed me inside. And I told everybody at home, I told everybody at 100 Thieves, I'm like, listen, you guys got to understand, these guys need time to rise to the occasion. They came up, you know, on Twitter. They came up on social media. You know, they're not natively content creators, but I think that they can do it. They definitely have the right sense of humor to do it. We just need to give them time. We need to give them, maybe we, you know, hire somebody to be head of production. Maybe that gives them a good kick in the ass or a good kick in the right direction. But we just couldn't give them any more resources after all the time that we had been spending trying to get them to see the light. I uploaded more videos on my main channel in my prime than they did in 2 years on their YouTube channel with 4 people, 4 best friends. And they talk about Frosty in one of these tweets. He said, imagine if we had enough money to where we didn't have to stress over where our next meal was coming from. That's absolutely not true. We didn't take any of their stream revenue. We didn't touch it. I have done the math. I have seen what has happened. In the 2 years that the mob was part of 100 Thieves, they made over $500,000 collectively. Not a piece, but you know, if you really get down and start going through the spreadsheet, besides the rent that they were paying in the home they chose to live in, besides the home that they had to pay rent for, they were bringing home like $35,000. They were making like 66 grand a year. And for creators that only have like 100 or 200 viewers and aren't making videos and aren't streaming, I think this is more than generous. This is more than fair. Okay? I wanted to know if I was crazy. I had to make sure that I did this the right way before I talked to you guys. And listen, in June 2019, this is when we announced that the mob was joining 100 Thieves. This is when Frosty's average viewers was the highest it's ever been. And this was our entire goal, to give them an opportunity to have more people watching them. Frosty claims that the internet wasn't working at the house for the first 4 months that they joined 100 Thieves. We had a compound with 4 streaming pods. I can't figure out what the dates, if that's when COVID started, we had to close the compound. Either way, we told them that the house was their responsibility. I don't know who set up the internet. I don't know what happened with the internet. I don't know if that's true or not. But Frosty believes this. But listen to me. If I have this opportunity that they had in front of them, and I'm in front of more people than I've ever had the opportunity to be in front of, I'll be fucking knocking on Spectrum's door or whatever internet provider they're using. I would be out there every single day until they came to this house and they fixed it. Now, I don't know if they thought that this was the responsibility of 100 Thieves, but if I were them, it would have never even got to the point where I'm waiting around 4 months to get it fixed. So, in the 2 years that Frosty was a part of 100 Thieves. Now, again, remember, Twitch is the main source of revenue for most creators. And the bigger ones make a lot of money from sponsorships. This is true. Frosty, I did the math. In the 2 years, from start to finish, Frosty averaged 40 hours a month streaming. He averaged 40 hours a month. That's 1 week of work for one of our employees who's making less money than Frosty. And right after he leaves 100 Thieves, he streamed for 377 hours. This is the month, 2 months after he left 100 Thieves. He streamed for 377 hours. And then the next month, he streamed 519 hours, I'm sorry. Guys, I don't know what your perception of me is and my responsibility and role at 100 Thieves, but I spend a lot of time at the office. There have been ebbs and flows of my, involvement in the corporate and business development aspect of our business, but I'm fucking there. And I can tell you everything that is happening at this company across apparel, Project X, a new venture that's launching, High Ground, content, marketing, talent. I am very involved. In the 2 years that the mob was a part of 100 Thieves, Frosty streamed, let's see. In April 2020, he streamed 129 hours. Then the month prior to that, I streamed 157 hours. I've got a family and a full-time fucking job. I'm not doing this to pat myself on the back. I'm doing this to give you guys a metric to understand what we were dealing with. And I truly hope that you guys know. I don't like to talk about these things. After we departed, shook hands with the mob and said goodbye, I never thought that there would be negative blowback. I didn't think there was anything that needed to be said because I thought we left on good terms. And like I told you at the beginning of this stream, when I put my head on my pillow at night, I know that I have peace of mind because I have tried my best to do the right thing. And at one point, Frosty even brought up the fact that the most money that he ever made was during the Uno tournament where we got second place. They won $75,000 from an event that we created in partnership with Cash App, where we invited some of the biggest creators on the internet during the halftime of the Super Bowl to compete in a $500,000 Uno tournament. And Frosty says that the most money that they ever made with 100 Thieves was because of this Uno tournament. If you weren't a part of 100 Thieves, Frosty, you would have never been a part of the tournament. We had you sitting next to Valkyrie, Courage, Castro. Brother, you average 100 viewers. And I don't even mean this is to be disrespectful. I just think that there needs to be a lens of logic and being rational about your situation. I hate that I have to... Frosty, I know you're a smart kid. I know that you're a very independent thinker. I don't know what I did to you that made you so jaded and so upset and what made you feel like we didn't care or we were predatory with our business dealings or we took advantage of you or we did anything that could be seen in a negative way. But you continue to say all of these things. And I just don't get it. Now, I want to be fair because Classify, we tried to work with him. When everything happened with the mob, I talked to Classy on the side because he had put forth effort. He streamed more than everybody else. He was trying to make videos. And from his perspective, he felt like he was working his ass off. And Avalanche streamed more than Frosty. Mako, I couldn't find his stats. And that's completely aside from what's happening here today. But
yo,
I'm in.
I truly do believe.
Awesome. I'm so close
and
to
I
58. Oh, you so you're watching the stream probably.
Oh my god, this headpiece is worse than mine. I'm gonna send it back.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, it might be like 30 minutes, and I'm level 58.
Well, I think Shelburne's gonna be down if it's before, 11:30 probably.
Oh yeah, here. Oh, he's on right now. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bars.
And you can form your own opinion off of all these things and believe what you'd like. But I know for a fact, like I said, when I put my head on my pillow at night, I know that we put our best foot forward and we did everything we could to help these 4 individuals who I have a ton of respect for, that I truly did believe in, that I fought battles with internally to keep them around. I truly believe that we did everything we could to provide them a platform to take their gaming careers to the next level. And whether Frosty believes it or not, he specifically, I gotta stop talking about everybody. He specifically did not take full advantage of the opportunity. Even with the housing thing, like I said,
All right, I'm gonna go shadow.
Chicago or New York or Texas, where a lot of creators live, maybe. But we had to have them in LA because they were a young group that had not been full-time creators before, and they needed to take responsibility for the situation. And the best way to amplify their group was to be around the 100 Thieves universe. And they chose to live in a $10,000 home. Maybe with some hindsight, they would go back and do it again, or maybe I would have, been more involved with the negotiation and told them, listen, I think this is a bad idea. I think you guys should get a 2-bedroom house, spend $4,000 a month, pocket the rest, and everybody stream in the living room. I watched Subrosa. He's on the professional TSM Valorant team, and I go to his stream. He's got 3 people behind him streaming and gaming every single day. Maybe it should have been a smaller, cheaper home. But the entire thought process is we thought that we were adding gasoline to the small fire that they had created with the following they had on social media by, you know, giving them an opportunity to put a little bit of money in their pockets, sell a couple sponsorships, show them what life can be like if you work hard and make the opportunity for yourself. But the fact of the matter is, Frosty specifically did not work.
Close. I'm almost 58.
In 2 years, he averaged 40 hours on stream. He has not uploaded a video to his individual channel, and the mob has only uploaded 33 videos in 2 years.
You're grinding so hard.
Well, it's awesome because, first of all, I mean, I was basically on for 18 hours a day for
now
3 days in a row, 4 days in a row, and so then yesterday
I hope all this
I was
makes
able to kind of
sense.
sit down and catch up on a lot of the chill passive stuff, and just literally like play WoW. Like the auto run is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
That's why I have all these monitors, because I can do this shit with that. I can't do that with League.
Yeah, you're just auto running on one screen doing like menial things while work is getting done.
Yeah, and a lot of what I do is review, research, and so I can kind of passively take that in while I do that. And I have a lot of asynchronous communication with people, so I can have slow DMs with people, which is awesome. But yeah, so yeah, I could be 58 in like half an hour, depending on how smoothly some of these quest lines go. Will, what's what might have been your comment earlier? Just saying we need to teach you how to play the game.
Oh,
if I'm
you're
doing,
clicking, ability clicking, and tab targeting mostly.
Oh, I do ability click a lot. Maybe not my course stuff. I could do that too.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
I'm a bit
like,
of a hybrid.
Yeah, switching forms and everything. I mean, you have so many as Druid. You have so many buttons to press, so it's I don't. It's like probably the hardest class not to flip.
You have your form changing hotkey?
No, I thought about it.
That should be your shifts for like right around your.
Shift is my top bar.
Well, like just I mean, well, okay, so you have multiple bars. So I don't have a second bar for my guy, but I have like my shifts on like the right side of it. So I've got like Shift E, R, F, and C, and those are all like totems for my guy, like important ones to put down fast.
So I have 1 through 5, and that's what and then I have Shift 1 through 5, and those are what I use pretty often. And I use Control for self-targeting.
Okay, yeah, I don't use Control, but but I only started using shift just like when we made these guys, and I love it. It's so much better for it, because basically I had this mouse before that had these extra mouse buttons, and the 4 shifts kind of take over that for me. But I don't have like shift 1 or 2.
Oh, I have 1 through 5 and then shift 1 through 5 for everything.
And then when I play rogue,
And then
I
control.
always,
So then control is self-target, and I have control shift for hotbar self-target. And sometimes.
do you have your scrolls as anything? Like scroll up, scroll down?
No, let's zoom in and out.
I would hotkey scroll up and scroll down as something too. It's a really quick. Like I usually have a slow or something on my scroll down.
Well, Will, I usually do tab target when I'm in a dungeon and I'm tanking more than like 3 people. I usually do that.
Gotcha.
I'm probably not like the best.
I still don't tab target as well as I should, but if I have a group, I do. But usually I'm just like clicking the guy and like hitting him. Where are you, Will?
I'm in the Undercity. I'm learning I'm switching to Shadow right now. So I'm trying to learn.
Oh yeah, I should look at my talents. I'm Blood on this DK.
Doing tons of damage.
What is the idea behind the Death Knight? Can I ask?
So they're like plate-wearing, disease-spreading, like health siphoning tanks. Like they're like a drain tank.
Okay.
Let's compare them to Warrior maybe. There's a tank and there's 2 DPS classes.
Yeah, one of them's got like a lot of like exterior, or just like the damage is like coming from exterior sources with like your ghouls and your, it's like unholy spreading disease and ghouls and dots. And then the frost one is like bursty in your face, dual wielder, slow you down and just stick on you and kill you. And then Blood is like a super tanky guy that takes a lot of damage, but like can mitigate a ton and also like do a bunch of AoE. But it was so fast going through the Death Knight zone with Joyous Journeys on.
Oh, also, I think you may have seen me because I got ambushed. I immediately had to pop a bunch of which I don't have on hotkeys. But there's a couple. I could definitely switch a couple of these around. That's for sure. Like, there's a couple abilities that I use way more than I thought I would. I just got in the habit of clicking. I should change my form changes to hotkeys. I think what I should do it to though. Because I'm not gonna change anything to scroll wheel. I
have
zoom
R
in.
or
R
or T. I usually put like cat form on R, tribe form on T.
I could do R, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, R is reply in text. I never use that.
Type /R.
/R, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never did Druid much in early WoW, so I don't know good hotkeys for that. But for I do use the scroll for my rogue stealth.
Yeah, I think scroll's really good.
I don't know why. Get my head around that.
I don't know how you zoom in so much. No.
Like I don't know. It's just a really acceptable hotkey.
I guess I've just played so long without it that.
Yeah,
I just don't understand it.
Oh, I move my camera around a ton.
I mean, my camera's always moving, but it's never like moving in and out.
Oh.
Yeah, I leave it.
I think I'm gonna do R1, R2, R3 maybe.
Comma and period are my zoom in and out. I just stay zoomed out and minimap zoomed out.
I'll have I tried a thing where I put W, which instead of W walking forward, it just toggled auto run, and auto run was a toggle off on.
Okay.
But that threw me off a little bit. I think having I remember you guys said instead of having E or Q, E, and A and D each be left rights, one being turn left and right, one be strafe left and right.
Yeah.
I use both all the time, mainly because I am all the time playing tabbed out on one screen and scrolling through email with the other and navigating my guy with just the A and D while I click things on the other screen.
Just put those on your arrow keys.
Well, that's it. I don't know if that would work. Because my arrow keys are on a different side of my keyboard. Well, I could do that. I don't think that'll work. I might try it, but I don't think that'll work.
Yeah.
I think I just really like my core 6 navigation keys, Q, W, E, A, S, D.
Yeah. You're just
You use ASD for movement.
Shelburne, Grant, and I, like, when we played a lot of arenas, like, trained ourselves to play with, like, this keyboard setup.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
It took like probably a couple weeks to get used to it, but once we did, it's like there's no going back.
I know it's crazy. I was just thinking like
I agree. I think it is. Oh, I think it is superior. Yeah.
Like I learned. From
it doesn't work. It just doesn't work for me if I'm trying to also. Maybe I change my level setup once I'm done. Once I've hit like max level. Like maybe my level. Once I hit max level and I'm in a different, and I'm not leveling anymore, maybe I switch up my hotkeys.
I think it's easier to do it when you're leveling and get like the baseline set. That's just my opinion. Because like just learning Shadow, like I'm like, oh my god, I don't know where to put all my keys, so I'm gonna experiment.
I also wish I had... Here's a thought. Maybe I make caps lock another key, like shift 2. I think I'd be much better at that.
Yeah.
You kind of have to figure out what works for you. Like I have changed a lot of stuff, but you just like figured out a way for my hands for like all the keys I can reach to like have the maximum
Yeah,
amount
I
of
think I'm gonna
buttons.
try to make caps lock my alternate shift.
You ever use Alt? I kind of like Alt with my thumb sometimes.
You guys ever press Control V?
Oh, I changed that.
I did it all the time by accident.
Well, Control V is like turning off interface, usually.
Oh, for me it's nameplates.
Yeah, nameplates. Can't wait to get some glyphs, guys.
I know. People have been selling them.
I'm gonna wait a while though. They surely will go down.
Yeah, I decided that Mage is like mine's my second. Just I've watched some clips. I'm like, yep,
Yeah.
that's what it should be.
Yeah, I'm not gonna spend money on boosting a person. I'm just gonna play my DK Paladin and Shaman. But probably just get one up.
Nice.
I don't know. I want to
I'm
have
gonna
a
be
healer
like
TP.
2.5 bars away from 58 and have kind of completed all the quests in this area.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
And I'm gonna, but then I'm gonna
do you have
have to
any-
figure out like where to get the other 2.5 bars.
I can tell you. Do you
Go
have
to
any
Western
cloth?
Plaguelands.
If you have cloth, you can do the donation of wool and all that stuff and get it.
That gives you XP.
Yeah. XP and reputation. That'll get you like, I don't know how much, because the squish, I guess it's what, like you'll get like 5k or something. How much experience do you need?
I have now 2 3/4 bars. I'm so close. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it in a. I'm gonna do it, baby.
Yeah, you are. We're gonna get through that portal today.
Oh yeah, I've got all my guys in the inn, and
Where do I go to get the quest for the portal?
Blasted Lands.
Yeah, we'll have to go on a journey.
Gotta.
My damage is insane. Holy shit. This is like night and day difference.
Yeah, you'll have to go to Stranglethorn and walk. Unless you've been to Swamp of Sorrows. Have you been there?
Me? No, haven't even walked in.
Oh, well, Stranglethorn it is. I'm here in the inn, but I could come back and like walk with y'all.
No, I'm having to take I think I can do it this way. I've set my inn at Winter Spring while I fly across the whole fucking continent to Daenerys and Ungaro to scare those people with that Yeti. Then I'm gonna hearth back to Winter Spring, kill a couple mobs, turn in the Yeti quest, and I think that'll be it. So that'll be mainly just flights.
Oh no, there's a death knight here. Probably can 1v1 me.
Where are you?
Western Plaguelands.
So we can't group up.
We can't.
What's
don't know.
going on? Is it because I have some kind of social thing thrown off? No, I can invite Will.
I can group up with Charlie.
Can I invite... I can't invite Shelburne. Is it because you're too low? Like we're not able to be... That wouldn't make sense.
No, I've been on like all my guys, and for some reason,
Shelburne, it's got to be something to do with your... It's got to be on your side then. Or can you join up with Will? Here,
I
Maybe I can invite you.
Here, let me... you try to do it, Will. Gotta say, World of Warcraft, fun game, really beautiful game. I keep saying this. I keep saying this. Like I played on this giant, big, beautiful, high-res monitor, and it looks incredible.
It really does.
And they didn't really change much about like the core visual side of it, did they?
No, nothing.
It's just upscaled. That's crazy.
Like this is if you had a computer that could do this.
you
could
try to invite me now.
Yeah, I think you said you tried to invite me. Charlie invited him. I don't have the.
You're a leader, Will.
Oh. I can't invite you. Have you gone to?
I had to add your character as a friend. I can't invite you through BattleNet.
Okay.
There we go. That's weird.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Cool. Yeah, so it just really goes to show, like, game design is everything.
Yeah.
Like, you don't... I mean, yeah, it was a massive game for its time. Absolute giant. Everything goes into development. It's a huge, packed game. It's a giant file. It's like 2 fucking discs. But...
5 discs.
5... Oh my god. 5 discs. But... like it holds up because it's just so they didn't even have that many game assets. Like they reused so many of the core game assets and models. It just was such a great, well-designed game.
Yeah, I think it's amazing, like being able to play through it again, like getting a second chance through
and
these.
It doesn't feel dated. It doesn't feel like an old game. It has it's old game that it's got old mechanics, and it's the most classic, like vanilla, simple type of MMO.
But that's what I love about it, is that.
But the game itself just still dynamic, fantastic. And I don't even think of myself as an MMO guy. Like, that's the funny thing. I've never thought I was very into MMOs.
Yeah, it's mainly just this one.
Yeah, it really is just this one.
This one has like such a cool feel to it. I don't know. Community based, for sure. It's probably part of it.
I think a lot of it has to do with there are certain like flying all the way across the map. Like there's certain pacing elements to it which are very important. Some of what you might perceive as limitations might actually be some of its strengths.
There's this guy's guild, his name is Pre-Nerf 4 Loco.
Yeah.
Pre-nerf.
Yeah, Pre-Nerf. The strong stuff.
That's all I've ever had.
Yeah, I haven't had Roloco since it's been adulterated.
Same. Well, I probably had it since it was, but I just remember in college it was, or whenever.
No.
Can't remember.
You guys like the changes on mount time?
It's
Yeah, I
shorter,
do.
right?
Yeah, I think it's second shorter.
Yeah, that's nice.
And we can get our flying mounts at 60.
Were you you're going to Tanaris? Okay, I have a question about Questy. Can you turn off the like interface for it and just have the part where it shows like where you achieved the quest?
Like the
You can
tracking
hide
on your
it.
mini map.
No, like tracking on like the party chat.
Like you don't
Oh,
want it
yeah?
to say like you completed stuff or something.
I wanted to say that, but I don't want to show where things are, or like either that or have the option to turn it on and off, so I can like turn it on if I get stuck.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
Yeah,
it,
you
it will.
can.
Look at
You
my
can
stream. If you look at my stream, I can show you exactly what it looks like.
okay, yeah,
go to options.
Here, let me know when you're looking at my stream.
I'm looking.
So it's about a 10-minute delay, or second delay, sorry. But you'll see in a second. I'll move my cursor to the top right,
Mhm.
and you'll see what looks like a Hearthstone next to my mini map, and I'm gonna
Yeah,
click it.
yeah.
And I have all of these things. I can track items on this, which are great. But then within Questy,
Yeah. That's where you're at
where's
on
the
so yeah.
Questy?
So if you click the little question mark thing on your mini
Oh,
map,
yeah, sorry,
and
the
then go to
question mark.
options.
My bad. Yeah, fuck. I took the heart. I clicked the heart. I meant the question mark. Yeah.
All right.
So I can take off objective quests, and I can take off. So
Okay.
I can do advanced stuff. Questy option. Here we go. Okay, you'll see it in 10 seconds. Here we go. You'll see the Questy tool thing, and you can do this yourself.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. Okay. I'll probably get it then, and just turn those things off.
I respect. I mean, I like that you want to do that. For me, sometimes I just want to power level, and for me, it's the experience of finding something organically is ruined by the banging my head against the wall trying to figure out where the fuck this one random thing is. For me, that single-handedly like.
I guess it's a mix of, for me, it's a mix of game knowledge and reading. Because it's like, okay, they're looking for this dude in a town. Where's he gonna be? And there's like 3 buildings to look into. It's like, okay, I know he's probably in this type of building because that's where like
Well, I can
all the
usually
objectives
do
are,
that.
sort of thing.
I can usually do that.
Okay, I'm really liking Shadow. It seems pretty awesome.
Yeah, the automatic text thing to say like let people know where you are in your quest. That's so useful.
Yeah, that is nice. Added so many new flight path points.
They have?
I'm running by them all the time.
And I feel like I'm missing things that I wanted to address
3 bars
as well. So I'm
until we
going to
go
look
through
at
the
Twitter and
portal.
some of the tweets that were made and try to figure all this out. I already talked to you guys about the 95%. Never happened.
Where are
Uno
you
tournament,
streaming, Charlie?
enough money. Here's the other part too.
Yeah,
It's on
linked on
YouTube.
Discord.
Yeah, in the Discord chat.
You don't need money to make YouTube content. You know, maybe it's not apples to apples, but you know, a lot of people come to my chat. They say, "Man, I can't play
wait to
golf.
get my-
The entire sport is gatekeeping.
All-
It's really
everything is at
expensive. There's no way to
300.
do it."
So
I don't even know why I'm using a golf analogy, but the
it'll
point
take
is,
a little bit to,
my dad was a blue collar
get 300,
carpenter.
but I'm at
My
like
mom was
240
secretary at a hospital. You know,
other working.
we were middle class at best.
yeah, I'm not sure.
My
what
dad
you
worked
need
his
to
ass off.
be-
So did my mom. It's not apples to apples, but you know,
you
a
have
lot
to
of
be
people come to my
300
chat. They say,
for
"Man,
Outlands?
I
Oh,
can't
we can't
play
wait to
golf."
get my- You're gonna be killing a lot of boards. Everything
is at
300.
Clubs. You go walk on the municipal course like I did. You pay $9. You're playing 9 holes. You get to Twilight, they cut it down to $5, and you're playing golf. Golf can be a very expensive sport, but the barrier of entry is much, much lower than what people actually believe and what is
Yeah.
actually true. Content creation is the same way.
I gotta get my
And that's
mining
why I
up
wanted
to
to bring
300.
up
It's
Optic earlier.
285.
Because, like I said, we weren't making
Okay,
money.
making some headway though.
A lot of you guys know
But
this
I got,
about me, and
I'm
again,
gonna have
I'm
to do
not trying to
jewel
pat
crafting
myself
a
on the
little
back,
bit
but I
later.
think it's important. I was going to community
Catch it up
college,
on them.
and I was working full time.
It's 203.
$30 on Hearths now.
30 minutes on Hearths? Nice.
Yeah.
It looks like your mount doesn't automatically dismount when you get in water.
Yeah, they changed that.
That's
Yeah.
nice. That was kind of a pain. I love how I can make living blazes, fire elementals bleed with my rake.
Gotta make a statement.
Even the elements bleed by my hand.
I make the fire bleed. I make the sun cry. I do like that they changed the horde druid to blue. I feel more like a druid. Okay. ETA like 10 minutes about. So, just because I know you want to know, I had a really good obscure, extremely inside Texas energy grid and Ethereum related joke. Two very unrelated topics. So one of the core, I'll try to explain, one of the core kind of famous people who, finger quotes, invented Ethereum, Vitalik Buterin. He's a famous, iconic person in crypto. He's a famously nerdy guy. Anyway, he was photographed yesterday with what appeared to be a giant erection in his pants.
Oh my god, is that what it was?
Yeah, that's what everyone was tweeting about today, Lauren. Now, it wasn't actually his dick. It was something else, but everyone's always speculating, whatever. Anyway. So that's one thing. Unrelated to Ethereum and Bitcoin mining, a lot of Bitcoin miners are moving to Texas, so everyone's having to become intimately familiar with the Texas grid. So it's specifically called ERCOT, is the governing authority and nomenclature we use to talk about the majority of the Texas grid. ERCOT, ERCOT. And anyway, so one of the more well-known researchers in the mining space was referencing the Bitcoin difficulty adjustment, which is a balancing mechanism for profitability and block speed, which changed every 14 days. And we're headed towards a very notably high difficulty adjustment tomorrow, upwards of 10%. That basically means it's 10% harder to mine a Bitcoin. And difficulty was stagnant the past summer because all the Bitcoin mining in Texas had been off and on. So difficulty couldn't go up because Texas now is like the Saudi Arabia of Bitcoin mining. And the tweet is, quote, difficulty going up 10% tomorrow. Couldn't be ERCOT going online finally, but he misspelled ERCOT and he spelled EROCT. Couldn't be EROCT going online finally. And then another buddy of mine responded, who is EROCT, making fun of the misspelling, so I can buy his miners, indicating that maybe EROCT is a person. And I said, I think Vitalik is EROCT, in reference to Vitalik's penis. And that was the joke. So
A lot of setup.
Yeah. It was an obscure joke that maybe 5 people get. But there you go. I made a dick joke referencing Ethereum, cryptocurrency, the Texas
Ooh, you
energy
need blue
grid.
sapphires, children?
Yes.
What's up, babe?
Yeah, because I need
Yep.
Well, I'm working on aquamarines, and then I'm gonna need some I got my star rubies, so I think it is like huge emeralds and tiger's eye opal and blue sapphires. Is that what the other one is?
Yeah, I just looted one from a very quick chest.
Nice.
I try to kill a Lion's Death Knight, level 59.
Oh no, Death Knight gear is pretty good.
I
Starting
feel like
out.
I feel like I'm getting murdered.
I'll read you, Mike. This is just the starting gear from getting out of the zone.
It's all blues, right?
Yeah, my weapon does 60.4 DPS. I have like a 22% chance to crit.
Yeah.
DPS is 160 per second.
It sounds all good. I'm sure it is really good.
Yeah, and then you start getting, I think the dungeon gear for BC is better, but the greens won't be.
Right, yeah. I remember getting to Burning Crusade and at least to 63, pretty much had all the same gear.
Yeah, something like that. Just, I think, yeah, probably Zangarmarsh. Good luck going to the portal. I kind of want to go with y'all because there's fighting happening outside and stuff.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna get to 59 before we get there, which probably will
Go
help.
ahead, I'm 1 bar.
2 bars, you lie.
No. Look at it again.
All right, 1 1/4. All right, I'm just gonna turn in then. And abandon all this other shit.
Yeah, I abandoned everything.
Oh, are we, do you get a whole bunch of new quests or something?
Yeah. I mean, there's no point to ever come back.
Okay.
Yeah, everything must go.
So in this expansion, if we want to talk about what's going on, basically we killed a bunch of like old gods in vanilla, right? We had to like, I don't even know what we had to do.
Yeah, like
But in
Ragnarok and...
TBC, basically these old villains from like before the World of Warcraft, like just from Warcraft.
Okay.
They are kind of bent on killing Azeroth and all the demons, and they're being summoned into our realm. And basically, they create a portal. But that portal in the Blasted Lands is to their realm. But then it opened up, and we go and invade their realm. So we kind of go to like a new. It's basically a new world.
Okay.
That has already been taken over by demons and has been turned into a kind of a place where it's already been destroyed.
Okay.
And that's where Draenei and what else? That's where Draenei like are originally from, is from their world.
Oh yeah, not Blood
And
Elves,
so, but they landed on Azeroth, like a spaceship, basically.
Yeah, that's funny because like I really don't know anything about Draenei. I literally have no understanding of how they fit in.
So this is their home world, and it's already been destroyed, basically.
They're like exiled. They're like the last of the people sent to like the new world.
Yeah.
I'm grinding a couple mobs just so that I can guarantee that I'll ding when I port back.
Yeah. Nice.
And it'll just be sail over to Booty Bay. Do we all want to walk to, or not Booty Bay? Do we all want to walk to a new place together?
Yeah, let's all go.
I'm gonna go to Orgrimmar and take the thing to Grom Goal.
Yeah, give me a couple minutes.
Yeah, you should also get your fast mount.
How much is it?
50?
50 gold.
Oh, I got 124 gold. Because I'm not Grant, who just doesn't pay attention to gold.
Somehow has no money the entire game.
Yeah, I don't.
I just want to watch him play to like see where. I don't actually don't want to watch him play. I think I have a...
Yeah, an aneurysm.
Well, he's good at PvP.
He only knows PvP.
PvE, it's like
it's like his nightmare.
Yeah. He gets way too confident, way too fast.
I think he just dies all the time, and then it's like fuck this, and then just like.
Yeah. I think he's gonna have a fun time with Warrior now that he has Victory Rush and like a couple other.
Yeah, I think
it
should get fun once you get to late game.
Yeah, Warrior's so much fun when you have all your abilities.
Yeah, it's unparalleled in melee combat.
Yeah.
The purest. Alright, are you good? Where are y'all at?
I'm gonna parse to Undercity.
and go to
Put up.
Zeppelin.
Yeah.
I'm a Hearth Winter Spring, then fly to whichever place gets me to the other continent.
Yeah, empty your bags. As much as you can,
Yeah,
Maybe
Charlie,
I
I
buy
would
some big bags.
I would Hearth to Winter Spring and then fly to Orgrimmar and get on the Zeppelin to Grom Goal. And then we can all walk from there, because
Okay,
that's the only way to go.
That's the plan. Okay, surely a quest turn in should give me half a bar, right? You would think.
Surely.
It should tell you how much experience it'll give you.
You are right.
Damn, there's this quest I turn in for 15 gold.
In Eastern Plaguelands?
No, I turned it in Gadgetan.
To do what?
Turn in. It's like from the Western Plaguelands, like a delivery.
Oh yeah, I had that one. Shit, I should have turned that in. I think I abandoned it before the. I should do that. It's free 15.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it.
$11,000 XP. Oh yeah, that'll get me there. Whoops. That's way more XP than I expected. Okay. And ding, baby. Okay, flying to Orgrimmar.
Time.
Yeah, go to Thunder Bluff.
Boys, I want to say I worked hard, but also I just really wanted to play WoW, so I didn't feel like I worked hard.
It was all fun and games.
But I did.
Alright, I guess I'll meet you guys when you guys get there in Swamp of Sorrows.
Are you flying to Swampy Sorrows?
Swampy
Sorrows. I will go to Gromgol after I go to my bank and get all that shit done.
Oh, well, yeah. I guess if you want to walk with us, if you have the flight path, though, it's
So I should drop
Well,
all the
we'll
quest
see.
items for this continent?
yeah.
Unless you have something you really want to turn in, but
No. I don't really care.
And I like that you don't get dismounted on the Zeppelin towers and stuff. It counts as outside.
yeah, I that was like the first thing I encountered that was different. And I was like, yep, thank you.
Swampy Sorrows.
Damn, my guy looks so cool on the horse.
Oh wait, I didn't change my mount to my fast mount, my keybind.
So where do I get
I'm
my
so
where do I
much
get the
faster.
fast mount? Also, do I want this mechanical Yeti to stay with me?
No, you can like put that in your band. I actually have that on my paladin. I used to bring it into raids, and one time when I was really drunk, I put it down and like caused us to wipe.
Oh, because it aggroed people?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Guys, check out my
I'm looking at
my
it.
interface with my
Oh, so you have
name
two
bars.
lines on your right. Oh, that's cool.
It's basically so I can see you guys better, and it shows like your buffs and debuffs. They'll show up big too.
Yeah, I need to do that. I need to have that on me.
And like my vision is kind of going forward, like rather than I don't have to ever look up to the left. It's all
Is that your health bar
centralized.
at the? Is that your health bar right below your character?
Yeah.
Mana and health.
So if I let's say charge something, will show up underneath my health bar.
Yeah, I need to get that again. I had that before.
Yeah, I should do that. I don't know why I haven't. I don't
That
know why
one's-
I have a lot of the basic UI.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look for that. What's that name? You linked it. I know. I'm gonna go. Is that in WoW chat?
Should be. I'll look it up. It's called Shadowed Unit Frames.
I'll probably have to log out though, so I probably should get it just later.
Yeah. You don't need it right now. There's also this one that like is kind of the same thing, but it puts it in, like over their, like over the enemy's head.
Yeah.
I like that one. That one seems. Seems like
Oh,
it might be
cast
better
times
for
over the enemy's
PvP.
head?
Well, it shows like their buffs and like if they're CC'd and stuff.
Oh, I've got that on, or at least I had that before. I don't know if I still do. So where do I
Look
go
at
to get my
my,
fast mount here in Orgrimmar?
No, you have to go to Thunder Bluff. There's a there's a flight or not a flight. There's a
I can
Zeppelin.
fly.
There's a Zeppelin to Orgrimmar.
From Thunder Bluff?
Yeah. It's like outside, but instead of going to the left, it's you go to the right.
Thunder Bluff to Orgrimmar?
Yeah.
And
I
that's
think-
with the new expansion?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Is it faster
What?
than the flight path?
I have no idea. Maybe not. I would just do flight path.
Okay. Everybody. Yeah, I'm gonna fly. It'll add up 5 minutes to our.
Oh, I'm
our
good.
ETA.
I said 11:30. You get 58. Right on time.
So what's the
gonna be
fastest way to get to Grom Gall now from Thunder Bluff? Zeppelin from Thunder Bluff to Orgrimmar?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and then Zeppelin to Gromgall, and then that's where I'm at.
Okay, boys.
I guess I'll meet you at Gromgol then.
Yeah, it'll take a little bit of flying then, probably.
I'm gonna send you this. They added so many mailboxes in Undercity.
Nice.
Like, it get like an insane amount. They just went over the top. Is there like someone to talk to besides? Like, if I went to
No.
Orgrim,
Well, I mean, I got the quest at you just go to Blasted Lands and it's like go through the portal.
yeah, I just feel like there should be another quest.
Yeah, I didn't see anything, so I just went there.
See if Sylvanas has anything for us. We're almost getting like the 2 expansion release feel.
Yeah, it feels like
because
you two back to back.
Yeah, because we're just gonna have an insane rush to 70 with all these Death Knights.
And now I'll have a level 60 on both Alliance and Horde, so now you guys can't change up which faction you want to be on.
You're on both.
We're on both now.
We're gonna roll Alliance for Cataclysm Classic.
Okay. I'm in Thunder Bluff. Gonna find the motherfucking stable dude.
I think that's actually in like the outside town of Mulgore, like in Mulgore.
Oh.
Bloodhoof, maybe.
Okay.
I'll.
Are there no major cities on the other new place or whatever?
Oh no, I got disconnected.
No. No.
Oh, I'm back in.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, you got to go to Bloodhoof Village in Mulgore.
Oh my god, my heart just almost sank.
Yeah.
I got disconnected, but it let me get back in.
Blood and Thunder.
Alright, I'll see you in Gromgul, Shelburne. You have to buy a new mount too. You have to buy like the epic one. But it's like, I think total 45
tell
gold,
you.
50.
It'll say this is a very fast mount on the description. But yeah, it's 50, I think. It's like 42 and 8, 50, so like 51 or 2, something like that.
I'll load a bowl. Gonna be a beautiful experience.
Thank you for the elixirs, by the way, Will.
Oh yeah. Feel free to use all of them. All the time.
I will. And nobody needs leather, right? Because...
Nope.
Nope.
Charlie, go ahead and buy you some big bags while you're there.
I
You can
literally
probably buy
just
some...
did. Literally just
Okay,
did.
okay.
Like, if you look at my stream, I literally just equipped all of them.
Okay. That's crazy. I see it now on your left, like the left side.
That's why I was like, no way. That... Okay. Now I'm gonna go find me a mount, I suppose.
Yeah.
Blood.
Get your level 58 abilities.
Yep. $400 gold, you say, Will? Damn.
Dang, I had like 3 something, and then I got down to like 210 from I bought shit to get my professions up.
So Will, it's interesting. So Susan, wasn't reading Susan. She joined some new venture capitalist fellowship or something. And the thing is, VC Twitter got like huge over the past year. And it's kind of been this domain where like demented people like me hang out most of the time. But VC Twitter got huge, and all these VCs are just just jacking themselves off, going, "Oh my gosh, here's a thread on like how fucking smart I am and making money." Anyway, she joined this fellowship, and I was like, "Oh, this fellowship is gonna require her to tweet." What do you know? She hasn't tweeted on her account for like 8 years, and then now every other day I can tell she's like putting in the obligatory hours that she has to do to like tweet VC bullshit. It's crazy. Riding trainer. Kodo mounts. Do I buy a great white Kodo? Do I go white Kodo? Of course I do. White's better. Okay.
Great white.
Oh, I'm even faster. Where is this Zeppelin, supposedly? At Thunder Bluff?
If you look at your map at like Molkor area, it should show on Thunder Bluff. It's like in the Spirit Rise area. Wait, you can get to Blasted Lands from a portal though. In
Someone
Spirit
can portal
Rise.
me?
You can look at your map of Thunder Bluff.
Yeah.
It looks like there's a portal from like Thunder Bluff to Blasted Lands.
Where are you seeing this?
Look at the actual zoom in on the Thunder Bluff. Oh, yours isn't there. Oh wait. Okay, yeah. Look at my
Is it
stream.
on your map? Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Blasted Lands portal.
Yeah, it's
I
behind
need that
Spirit
mod.
Rise. That one is That one is Leatrix maps.
Okay.
It just, yeah, I guess you're probably gonna get there faster. I'm gonna fly.
I'm glad
That's-
you in that case, if that is the case, y'all just go to Blasted Lands.
Wait, Will, where are you going?
I'm going to Swamp of Sorrows. And I'm gonna smoke a bowl real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh, I thought. Well, wait, is Charlie?
If there is in fact a portal from Thunder Bluff to Blasted Lands, then I'm gonna beat you. We only just discovered that though, Shelburne.
Dang, I would have just stayed in Thrallmar, because now I have no easy way to get back.
Well, I haven't confirmed it yet, though. I don't know if I don't think I've actually ever used a portal, so. Now I'm poor. I only have 35 gold.
I only have 32 gold on my Death Knight.
It's because he just got his ass.
Whoops. Okay, yeah, let me know if there's one, because I'll stay here. Otherwise, I'm going to fly to the swamp.
Where do I... What portal are we talking about here? Oh!
I don't
What the
know.
hell? It's like hiding back here.
What
What
does
the
it
hell?
say?
Look at my stream. What the fuck is that?
Hold on, I'm on Will's. I gotta stop my stream.
Holy shit, I'm here. What the hell? I would have played this game for another 100 hours and never discovered that portal.
I didn't even know about that, or else I would have done that. That's funny.
HK Private.
The dark portal. It says that's what it says where you are, and you're just like, you've been all over Winter Spring Ungaro, and all of a sudden you're just there. 58 power leveled in. Are you ready to see? Are you getting killed? Because outside the portal there was a bunch of Alliance.
Charlie, you're there?
I'm here.
Oh my god. I bet there was one in the inner city that I just didn't even know about.
What? How did you even see that?
He had a
'Cause,
thing on his
I didn't
map.
even-
Like I would have never known.
Yeah.
I will have never discovered that.
So I have this map add-on. It basically does it shows the rest of the map, but it getting ganked.
There's a lot of people ganking here.
God, I haven't been able to do anything.
Yeah, I'm in the Deadwind Pass and almost there.
Why can't I cast that yet?
Oh no.
Oh,
Last time I got killed right in front, it wasn't that bad. I had to take 3
I
deaths.
could have killed him if I knew what I was doing in this class. I kept on pressing the wrong buttons because I was unfamiliar.
I'm blowing this dude's mind here in front of the portal. I just told him yeah, this is my first time ever doing this. And he's like, wait, you didn't boost yourself? I was like, no, I just grinded all the way here. He's like, well, you've never done this before? I'm like, yeah, this is He's like, holy yeah, I'm blowing this poor guy's mind.
That's awesome.
No, I just grinded all the way here.
I'm really glad we did it.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I forgot to put another dot on this dude. I would have killed him. I just haven't played this class, this spec, ever. Besides late WoW.
Yeah, I'm trying this blood. It's so fun being fast. I love running full mount speed.
Also, my key bindings changed. That makes so much more sense. You die?
Yeah, there's a lot of PvP in front of there.
Yeah, it'll take a few deaths to get through.
Alright, I'm here now.
3, 2. We're here, Will. We did it. We talked about this a lot, and we freaking did it.
I can't believe you made it in 2 days. That's insane.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't believe it either. I really
that's how I felt last week, though. I was like...
You said like a week. I was like, okay, maybe it's a week. But yesterday, I was like I went to bed last night. I was like, I can do this. And then I didn't start playing until, what, 4?
When it, yeah.
But again, I guess...
It was down all day. That is cool. None of us are Death Knights with school. Everyone else is. You gonna kill one?
Kill a person?
Yeah, like this guy.
Go.
Hold on, I'm running in.
He did. There we go.
Flash
baby.
poop. Oh, that dude just freaking destroyed me.
He's immune.
You're Skuntank?
We got him.
Oh, I lived.
Yeah.
I just killed a 65, motherfucker.
I did all the damage for that. Are you kidding me?
Where were you? I
Right
didn't
behind
know.
you. Alright, you guys kill this guy.
Hey! It's like
But
free XP up here, dude.
Yeah, it is.
Look at all the dead bodies.
Oh shit. He just one-shot me. Okay. I guess I got it. Death Knights are broken. He just one-shot me. Maybe I had half my life, but still. All right, we gotta. Oh god,
We have sparked up a shitstorm.
you kidding me? This motherfucker is so strong. All right, okay, let's all group together and then run through.
It's gonna take a sec for me to.
We started this.
Yeah, we did. We asked for it, so.
All right, let's all.
Well, at
group.
least there's
I
not
have
a
30 seconds
70
to
out
res.
here.
Let's
There
all
was
group and res
a
at the same time.
there's a 70 here earlier, just killing everyone that walked close.
All right, let's all group on top of each other. I have to group. I have
Look
to
at all
res
these
for-
bodies in front of this. Holy shit.
Yeah. All right, tell me when.
I'm already up.
Okay.
All right,
hold
I'm
on.
up.
You dead again? Okay. Ready? Let's go. Boys, we did it.
We made it through the portal.
Oh, damn. Nice, so we come up on some kind of like forward offensive.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Vanguard.
We gotta bring a report to this bitch.
I might go a little bit slower now and just read everything. Because...
Yeah. There's the portal door. Right there. Oh, babe, we get a fly.
So do we want to go to Thralmar now?
Yeah. Dude, I love all the zones in WoW, regardless. But it's really cool going through into this zone.
Oh, man. That's
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, time and space.
Oh, shit. This must have been crazy the first time. Like, if you've been playing in vanilla.
Yeah, and you go through because, like, you work so hard getting, like, passing all the raids and stuff.
And then it's like, all right, now you're gonna get here.
Especially if you've gotten really into, like, the lore and stuff.
Like, I think it's a really cool story. It's just very hard to understand because it's not very well told. I gotta talk to my professions guys while we're here.
So this is like the Horde base.
Yeah, so like
there's 4 or 5
it's laggy. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's so laggy for me.
It's so smooth on my end.
Seems good on mine.
I don't know.
Oh, I can't complete the quest.
Because the end guy is dead, or what?
It just wouldn't let me.
Oh, everyone's
people.
lagging.
Yeah.
Everyone's chatting one in. Can't finish the quest. Uh-oh.
Oh no, everyone's in this particular shot. Look how many people are here. Holy shit.
This is like the main city or something?
This is like the town of this place.
Yeah, so this zone is like, yeah, the one starting zone. And if you look at the map, oh, you should look at my map.
Oh, you've already got them all discovered?
Well, it's not discovered. It's like gray. Fog of War. I like it. But yeah, so Horde's on like
Alliance.
South of us. Yeah, Alliance is south of us.
Okay.
And there's like this ravine. And so there's like a lot of PvP going on in here. But this is the only starting zone, so everyone's here.
Yep, servers are.
Not getting lag. That's.
Can you inspect anybody? Can you complete a quest? Can you?
I can't do anything. Like people are moving, but I can't mount. I can't.
Because you can walk around. Because what happens is your computer understands yourself in reference to the map locally, but then to interact with things that change the world, those are what lags.
Yeah, I mean, I know this. It wasn't very playable for a couple.
I mean, mine's running fine.
Are you able to complete quests and stuff?
I can like talk to people, inspect people.
What? You just got a faster internet.
Well, maybe not. There's a dude looting, and he's like forever looting. He's like stuck looting.
It definitely feels like I can move because like I see like I'm in the middle.
Yeah, I can't talk to anybody. Yeah.
I attacked a thing.
I might come out to you then, Silver.
See if I can.
Maybe it's just in Brawlmore.
I don't actually even see Will on the map, even
Damn,
though
yeah,
it looks like I'm right next to you.
Mine's working.
I can't change forms. Oh no,
Well,
I'm stuck in cheetah form.
I'm stuck looting this thing, but I killed a guy.
Yeah.
Now I'm having sound glitches. Sounds like I'm constantly channeling.
This guy's just getting murdered by like 5 guys, and he's just standing there. It's like everyone's broken. Like everyone.
Do you see me next to you, Silver?
No, are you right next to me?
And I mean, it's his name now, but I'm sure you're not here.
Yeah, mine's acting weird too.
Hey, the skybox is awesome.
Ooh, wow, yeah.
The skybox.
Look at everybody flying in. They're all like stuck hovering in the air.
I'm getting killed by some druid.
Everybody above our city looks like they're all stuck flying in the air.
My God, it's...
Man, this is weird. Everything's fucked.
Well, I'm gonna get on in the morning.
Yeah, it was super cool to walk through, and now we're
Now we're here.
Ralmar. I'm probably gonna take my time leveling now, just kind of fucking around.
Yeah, I mean,
for
it's
a bit.
just still 70, and we can do dungeons like... We won't be more than like a couple levels away from each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be.
So there's all this like war machinery that's down around here. So that's where we were like fighting the Burning Crusade. So the Alliance also fighting the Burning Crusade?
Yeah, everyone is, so it's kind of a joint effort, but at the same time... Oh, I leveled up. Oh wait, everything worked.
We're back.
Everything
We're
started
back.
working. Everything started working. Everyone... I leveled up. That was the first thing that happened on my screen. So I discovered a new
I'm
zone.
about to morph. I just abandoned like 18 quests all at the same time because I was doing that when we were frozen.
I survived druid. Apparently, I was getting killed by a druid and ran back to town, and then took all the damage in town.
Oh no, it's gone again. Gone for me.
I don't know. I see Charlie in cheetah form running. Charlie, do you see me?
I see you, yeah. I'll heal you. Yeah, I can heal you. Look at this. We're good. We're good. Easy peasy.
You guys talked to Thrall? Or Nazgul, I mean?
I have 3 quests. Get
General Crack Knock or whatever.
Bone Chewer Blood.
Oh, I got
Metal,
some. There we go.
And Imps.
Uh-oh. Okay, I think it's still kind of laggy, but we do it.
Yeah.
Boys, I'm a master cook.
Nice.
Nice, Master Cook. I have first aid.
Don't fuck with me.
What are you going up there for, Will?
To get Master Alchemist. And Master
Herbalismo.
Where was the first aid guy?
I don't know, actually. I haven't trained it. I just have like 280 right now.
Oh. Alright. What are you doing? Salvaging?
Yeah, I gotta salvage, get Bone Chewer blood, and kill imps and warbringers. First 3 quests.
I don't have to kill any
Oh, I'm
hellboars.
frozen again.
Did you turn in over here, Will, to this guy?
I have not oh, I have not.
So we should be on the same 3 quests if you accept
He won't
some.
let me complete it yet.
He's lagged out.
Oh, I'm back in. Unlagged.
It's just like it's kind of on and off. It seems.
Yeah. Hey, babe. There's not a mailbox on this continent. I guess they have trouble getting mail here. I mean, it would make sense.
Well,
You just go do your thing. I'm trying to talk to this fella.
oh, there's a human warrior.
I'll follow you. I feel like I can. You're running fine.
Yeah, everyone's like, it's weird right now, though.
Yeah, I feel like things are not spawned.
I'm trying to pick up a gear, and I'm just forever looting.
Boss Fell Reaver Mechanical War. That dude's freaking scary. I see you.
Oh
Will.
yeah.
When I first came here,
you're rubber banding everywhere.
When I first came here, that Fell Reaver thing attacked the quest guy right there, and he killed him, and then we killed it. Like at like.
So you kind of wonder. So you kind of wonder, why do we even need to be here if the quest guys can just handle all this shit?
Well, he died.
Human warrior.
Oh.
But then like 15 million Fell Reavers came and attacked him too.
Okay,
I just got a notification that you died.
I just got ganked. And then oh no, this might be a terrible idea.
To resurrect? Or to try to play tonight?
It's just so insane. Like already, like I mean, it's not. I'm having fun.
I'm having fun. I'm just glad we did it.
Yeah.
It's just so weird seeing all the like stuff here and like no one doing anything and everyone's just like standing there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
I can't.
What the fuck,
I'm
a bunch
not
of fucking like snizzy snoots, a giant flying.
I'm getting killed by a guy.
Like a ton of shit. Holy smokes!
There's a human warrior killing everyone.
I need to talk to Sergeant Shatterskull.
He killed me.
Hey, you did pretty good against
You
them.
see my stream? This looks ridiculous. Look at my stream. Holy shit! Look at my stream. What the fuck is going on?
You're talking about the fell things falling? I think that's totally normal actually.
What? That was wild.
All those things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they
crit that guy a lot.
Man, you have so many name tags on your screen. It's totally fine. It's just
How do you get it so it only shows like the important name tags, the ones you want to see?
You
felt like it was
Shift V or something.
Yeah, Shift V. I can't even like get resurrected.
I got teleported to the spirit healer.
I'm not even teleported to spirit. Oh, there we go.
I mean, I got automatically like teleported back away from my body. I was standing by my body.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
the
am.
server's just gonna be in and out. It appears.
Rubber banding for at least today, probably
Shelburne, stop! I'll resurrect you.
tomorrow.
Oh, I came back to life already.
Never mind.
All right, let's see if we can do something.
Collect
We're all
some-
here.
Yeah.
Once we group, we can do it. Which is probably not true, but... Oh no. Oh no.
I'm like.
Hey, I got one. I got one.
I also got one as well. You go left, I go right. Got two.
You know, this actually makes a lot of sense looking back on playing WoW. Like with Eli, you know. Just the fact that like I mean, it was not just us being laggy. There's a human paladin. Come to me. Come to me, group.
That dude is skull though. I'm stuck in cheetah. Ah.
I'm dead.
Oh, he one shot
I can't
me.
hit him.
Probably.
Can't
What's
do
wrong? Why does he have good internet?
it. Yeah.
Why does someone like that have good internet?
I can't resurrect. I can't click it.
Yeah, I can. You have to get teleported back to the healer.
I have to what?
I mean, it's just like that.
Okay.
I got 2 metal and 3 wood though.
Nice.
That's
Yeah,
a big win.
I don't have any. I haven't killed any orcs yet. For the blood.
Should we try to do the Fellspark Ravine?
It might, it might be different if we go to a different zone.
Can't really go to a different zone right now.
Are they higher level?
Yeah.
We'd have to be like 61 at least for that one place. Zangermarsh.
I died immediately.
He's gonna kill me right before I kill this guy. Got him.
Got him.
We lagged out.
Bone chewer scavenger. Are sure we can't go to other zones? Like, I wonder if we could go just one zone over.
I don't think we can really do much there.
Gotcha.
Let's
If we
go.
were, if we were
Let's
60,
go.
I'd say we could, but we're
Yeah.
not.
Go to the right. Do you see where I'm going?
I'm like lagged out. Like I think I'm dead, but I'm alive.
Same.
Fellspark Ravine. That's where I'm.
Okay, we'll go to Fellspark if I can res and run over there at some point.
Let's check in what other streamers are doing.
Oh shit! I do so much damage to these guys.
On World of Warcraft.
I just died.
Yeah, come over to this place because I'm getting. It's pretty easy over here. Very nice.
That's what I'm thinking. I think it might be even locally, locally dependent.
Well, I gotta let the game take me to the graveyard and then res and run over.
I actually don't see you on the map, Will. Oh, no, I do.
I'm not sure what to do here.
I'm lagged out again. But I think we can actually make progress over here, regardless of if I'm lagged out.
Okay, I'm coming up to you, Will.
Oh no, I'm being attacked.
I don't know what's happening. I'm like stuck.
Same.
I can't even see my body. Like it's not on the ground. There we
Someone
go.
killed this guy.
I don't know where my body is. There's
Oh,
no
you just
like
rubber banded in
graveyard.
front of me. I see you.
Nice. There's a bellweed over here that I need to pick. Hey, good thing all these Death Knights have no professions.
I don't know what to do because my my body is not on the map. Can't res.
Wait.
Here. Come heal me, Will. I've got
I'm going to try.
Like my corpse is not on the map.
Yeah, I think it might just be locally dependent. There's so many people here.
And it's just like...
Yeah, if you just get like a little bit out of range,
Oh.
fuck that guy.
Being killed by fucking bullshit. Dude. Yeah, we got that.
So...
Oh, we got one.
Why? I just don't understand.
I don't think I, either I'm stuck for still or I don't know where my body is.
Hey, you're pretty stuck. I bet. This little rubber band thing.
Well, I got rubber banded to the spirit healer, but it's weird.
If it's been more than 10 minutes, then maybe something's weird, but I mean, it's just a lag thing. Probably. You guys want to do a dungeon? Actually.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of late. I don't want to
Kinda late.
commit to it.
Yeah.
Let's call it. I'm gonna go to sleep. So.
Okay.
I have my Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 coming tomorrow.
Ooh.
Oh no, you'll never play WoW again.
Yeah. Oh, I'll be playing WoW on my phone.
You'll be playing
On your phone.
while you poop.
Honestly. With the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4, I feel like I possibly could. Let's get this Dread Collar Paladin thing.
So you guys are working? I mean, I might have to get resting this because I can talk to people.
Where'd you die at? You can't get anywhere close to that.
No, like my body's not there.
That's
Like
pretty cool.
look at my stream.
We can't watch your stream.
Hold on.
There's no like body corpse thing.
Alright, hold on.
I died like over here. So it should be like the graves and tombstone.
So this is only the Burning Crusade. Why would it be this laggy if the Lich King patch came out? Does this have
Because all the
Lich
Death
King?
Knights, all Death Knights start at
55.
55. So they all go. They have to all level through here.
Gotcha.
But it wasn't doing this earlier. I was here earlier and there was like I didn't quest, but I was running around and there was like Alliance and Horde Wars and it wasn't bad.
Because you think I think of like the curve, like most people
Are on at midnight.
Well, like most people got to this point. At this point, you know.
Do I even have internet?
Asking the existential questions.
Log out, log back in.
Yeah, let's get this right
I did.
color.
I logged out and my screen is black. I'm lagged out. This is weird.
Why don't I have that
What the fuck
quest?
is
Can you
that
share it?
thing?
Oh no, I have.
Bill
I never mind. I already did it.
Which one?
Why can't I?
It's the one to the east.
There's one we should do as a group.
Definitely something we should do as a group. Oh, I got them all, Charlie. I don't have any mana though.
Yeah, I can't. I probably won't be able to do anything tonight because mine. I'm trying to log back
hey,
in.
we walked to the portal again. That was we didn't expect to be able to do that. So we did. I would consider tonight a wild success. So.
Yeah, I'm probably getting off. But what time do you work tomorrow, Shelburne?
I can play in the morning.
What time?
Like 9.
9.
Okay,
I
so
might be able to-
like 10:30, and then I got a haircut, and then
Okay.
play, and then I got to work at 1.
I also have a haircut tomorrow.
It's due.
Well, I might get on in the morning, but we'll see.
Boys,
I gotta finish.
I'm glad we could do this.
So now we just stay in range and try to level and do dungeons together.
Yeah, but the nice thing is that it probably doesn't matter too much if we stay in range, because like the max we can get is now like 10 levels ahead.
Yeah, and that's not gonna be
and
like
and the
2 days
leveling
of
gets
leveling.
slower. Yeah.
It'll take still a while to go through a few hours, like probably like 6 or 7 hours per zone.
Let's see. We have 26 days. Should be pretty doable. Actually, super doable.
I bet I can get 2 guys to 70.
Yeah, I kind of want to get my mage. We'll see how fast that goes.
I just want to, whenever I can train, I probably need to play Blessy so she can be 70 by the time I can transfer.
Yeah.
But I don't know when that's going to be. If it's like November, then I'll be behind. But that's like who I want to play.
Isn't Blessy on Alliance?
Yeah, I want to transfer her to Horde. And they're going to come out with that service later.
I have another druid on.
You could transfer yours and have 2 Tauren druids.
I could have 2 different. I could literally only main druid and have 2 spec druid.
3
Charlie,
Tauren.
you should go to the barber with your druid, because I know they changed like the way they look.
Yeah, you already changed your cat form, it looked like.
Are you saying I don't look cool?
No, I'm saying you could look cooler.
Well,
What do you like? Wait, Charlie, what do you like more? Alliance druid forms or Horde?
Oh, this is a bullshit. Doesn't get here till Thursday.
my game is like stuck. I'm in the
I
loading
just unlagged out.
Okay, I'm calling it.
All right.
Oh wait, I just got back to my body.
I'm dead. I just want to see if I can res and get in the inn, but I don't think I'll be able to.
There's no
Can't
room
even-
in the inn.
I can't get into the game.
I got a really good staff. Holy shit. Yeah, Charlie, that epic you gave me, I sent it back because I feel like it's gonna be worth something someday.
Yeah, it's purple, so it should be strong, right?
Yeah, it's
What purple did you get?
It was like a headpiece, but it was like the monocle is 49 twink monocle.
And you looted. How did you get that?
Yeah, how did you get it?
It dropped in Winter Spring.
That's insane. That's so
What's weird is
insane.
like I didn't realize what happened until I was looking through my inventory. I was like, wait, that seems like a really good. And then
It's
that's when I realized
purple.
yeah.
Dude,
What
the
is
gear
that?
you get in Burning Crusade is so crazy. You get so much.
Your stats go way up. Yeah.
Yeah, I just got a staff that just blew me up.
What is the monocle? Is it a cloth piece or what is it?
Yeah, I think it's cloth.
Did you mail it back to me or?
Yeah, I mailed it back.
Dang,
I
if I
don't
could
see
get the
it.
game.
Does it take a while to come back to me or something?
I think it takes an hour.
bit.
Might just not be loaded. All right.
Yeah, I
Oh, I
think
can't
I'm
even
just, like,
log out.
stuck. Yeah.
Okay.
Restart computer.
I'm gonna hardcore